So, Soumya, do you want to introduce yourself and then you can start with the today's session?
Yes. So, as you know, my name is Somobroto, and I'm joined IBM like 6, 7 months back. I joined in Kolkata, based on Kolkata, and I have 6+ years of experience on SAP BW. So I have worked on BW on HANA, BW4 HANA, HANA modeling. Also worked on BW related above things. And apart from SAP, I have knowledge on BODS and AWS as well. And yes, so I'll be taking today's session. I hope you guys are able to see my screen, right? Preeti, my screen is visible, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it's
We can
very
see.
visible.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Soumya, can you be a bit closer to your mic because in between your voice is little bit low for me at
Breaking.
least.
Okay.
No, it's not breaking. It's little bit low. Sometimes it's little bit low. So maybe you need to adjust your headphones.
Yeah. Just yeah. Okay. Is it good now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So I mean, I'll be covering this core modeling architecture in SAP BW for HANA, and mostly the topics which I'll be covering in 7 lessons. I'll be starting with info object to ADSOs to composite provider. And I'll be ending my session with LSA++ architecture, which is the architecture for BW for HANA, which is SAP recommended architecture we'll be using. So these will be the lessons. So I'll be starting with the first lesson. And I mean,
Soumya, just can you do a slideshow so it will be better for the better
yes,
clarity for everyone?
yes.
And voice is still not clear. If it
Yeah,
could.
thank you.
Okay. So let me change my headphone. Oh, one second. Hello. Is it fine now?
Yeah, better. And can you please record the session?
So we started the recording.
Okay.
Okay. So yes. So I'll be starting with these info objects, and I'll parallelly show you in the system as well. So let me start. Okay, like this. Yep. So yes, in BW, I mean, I hope you guys have some sort of, I mean, experience with BW, classical BW. So you all know info object, and normally info object is still in BW for HANA. It is still the basic building block. You could say it's the brick for BW for HANA whenever you're building some flow. And I mean, uh, this info object, all the properties and all are all same as before. Few of the things are new things, new enhancement that has been added into BW for HANA. So I have highlighted those things, and I'll most probably show you in the system also, whatever possible. So let's start in the system. So I already created one object for the sake of the time, basically. So just wanted to show you. Yep. Yes. So I have created an info object which is of characteristic type length 5. It is having alpha conversion routine available, and also I have enabled the master data, text, and hierarchies. So in the backend, normally this info object will create many tables based on the setting whatever you are selecting here. So these things are all almost pretty same as it was before in BW on HANA or BW Classic. So I will try to see those tables and we'll try to see those tables in HANA as well. But let's see here whatever table it has generated. So as usual, it is having one data element table, one SID table, one master data view. So now when we come into BW4 HANA, it will generate these views basically, master data views, which we used to call M table in BW on HANA or BW Classic BW. It will create a P table, which is nothing but the master data table. So there is a difference between view and table, right? So I mean, this is where we passes the data, and this is we are taking a snapshot of the data. We are not persisting any data. This is so we are calling it as view. And as we have enabled the text, we have text table as well. And as we have enabled the hierarchies, so in case of hierarchies, the main table will be the H table, which will be the persisting the hierarchy data, where you can see the data. And along with the hierarchy table, you will have the SID table for the hierarchies as well. So these are the tables which will be generated in the backend. And I want to tell you about this high cardinality because I mean, if you see here, this is high cardinality was available in BW, classical BW as well, but in BW for HANA, this function is still available. So normally, if you take this high cardinality thing, you can normally bypass this SID table. So if you click that one, the SID table will not be generated. So that I mean, sometimes in some project, this info object will be very heavy, like it is having like more than 20-30 attributes inside it, and it is having large amount of data. In that case, we try to just avoid this SID table, and we just make this as high cardinality info object basically, and we try to just avoid SID table so that we can really join and do the stuff in whenever we are taking this info object in a ADSO or Q type ADSO or standard ADSO. So I have a technical document where I can show you that what I mean. So I know you guys already know that what is this extended star schema, which we normally follow in BW4 HANA as well, where suppose you're creating a QTAB ADSO or QTAB ADSO, there you'll follow this extended star schema. And if you see this star schema, you will have this fact table. I think you already know that what a fact table is and what a master data table is. So I'm just going through this screenshot I have taken. So normally these fact tables will be joined through dimension tables and through SID tables with the master data. These are the master data tables, right? So, so SID table is important in case you want to join your master data with your fact table. So through via SID table it will be joined. But in case where you marking this high cardinality thing, in that case, this table will not be available. Okay, so the fact table will be directly joined with the master data table. So this will be done for the sake of high volume of data, but normally it is not recommended. Will not do it. We'll normally use this SID, which will be much faster to do. Okay. Now, I mean, I have pointed out few of the tables which will be generated so that you can go through later whenever you're going through this PPT. So if you check master data table, we already discussed. Text table also we discussed. SID table we discussed. And in case of attribute tables, we'll come into that. So you can add on I mean, attributes here in your master data, right? So in that case, you can make whatever the things available is navigation activity, you can enable this. Also, you can make this time dependent attribute. Also, you can make this transitive attribute. So we'll check this transitive one later on, but these are the options available to you. So based on the option what you choose, these tables will be generated in the backend. So I've just pointed out all the tables all together so that you can go through everything at one go, and it will not create any confusion. So whenever you creating a navigation activity of display type in the sense you are not making it as navigation activity type, but you make still making it as time independent. You're not taking the time dependent thing here. So it is as it is here false. So in that case, it will be generating a P table for you. So these all are the master data tables. And if you select your attribute as display attribute but time independent, in that case, you'll be generating Q table in the backend. And if you take the navigation attribute setting, and if the attribute is time dependent, in that case, you'll be getting a X table. And if it is a navigation and time dependent, you'll getting a Y table. So these are the critical tables which will be generated. And there's one thing, that is hierarchy. So whenever you clicking this hierarchy, you already have seen it is generating this H table here and other SID tables for the hierarchy. So that also I have been mentioned here, that it will be creating a H table, and along with that, based on the setting here, let me show you the settings. So you can make this hierarchy time dependent, and based on those settings, it will be generating these tables. You see, this table will be automatically generated. This is the SID table. And when you make this time dependent, will be generating I table. And if it is an interval is permitted in your hierarchy, in that case, it will be generating a J table. So this is the option. This is the option here. If you click that, it will be generating those tables. So based on your settings, you will have different tables in the backend. So any questions on these two slides? Or should I go through here? So
Yeah. Navigation attribute, where do you check that?
So if you go to attribute,
Mhm.
and you see these things will be enabled only when you have master data ticked on here. So once you tick that, you will have these attribute options available. So you add your attributes here. If you tick this navigation attribute, it will be marked as navigation attribute basically.
Okay.
What is transitive attribute?
Transitive attribute, I have a slide for that. I'll talk about that in a
Oh.
bit. Okay.
So transitive is basically like A is equal to B is equal to C, right? Then A is equal to C. I mean that kind of relationship. I mean,
Exactly.
suppose yeah, something there is a relationship between one, I mean A to B, and then there is a relationship between B to C. From A you can refer the C attribute of C.
Exactly. You'll see that in a bit. Then my very next slide. So I'll start with that then. So I mean, if you see
Uh,
here,
can you
yeah.
show how you have created info object?
Okay. So I'll show this. Yes.
Also, when you enable that high coordinate and SID will not get generated, and obviously we cannot use it in DTP semantic groups, right?
Semantic group is a different concept. I think can still use it. I mean, that setting will not. Will not stop you from using this info object in DTP. I mean, info object normally DTP in the sense you'll add this in a ADSO, and you will load the data into that ADSO, right? So I mean, it will not stop you from adding this info object in an ADSO or loading the data through DTP. Basically, if that setting is still ticked. So that setting is just for in the cases where you have very large volume of data in this info object, and also you have very large amount of attributes available. In that case, you take this one. Okay. So this is if you see here, I mean, it shows here also the characters does not have persisted SID values or SID table, right? It will not. You should just bypass this SID table. So I mean, if you go back to this screen here, so I mean, if you have SID tables and you join through dimension table, then it is a this joining will be a overhead, right? It will take some time. So if your table is still, I mean, not that much volume it is having, in that case, this joining will work perfectly, and it is the most efficient way to do this. But in case this table grows very large, in that case, if you omit these joins and all, and if you can directly point fact table, dimension table can directly point to your text table without this SID table, it will be much faster in that cases. So it is depend on that volume of the info object basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So me, I think when it is high cardinality, I
Yes.
mean, when you have lots of attributes, say navigational or any kinds of lots of attributes, that time high cardinality is not suggested. High cardinality is suggested when the line item is high. Say, for example, you have order number. You don't have lots
Yes.
of attribute in that, but there, I mean, it could be millions and billions of order number, right? In that case, it is better to define it as high cardinality and use it directly, because there is no attributes and nothing in that order number, right? So that,
Exactly.
I mean, that would be a good candidate to make high cardinality, so that
Exactly. I
performance
mean,
would be better in that case.
yes. Yes. So I mean, see that volume could be very large or attribute could be very large. So
Okay.
attribute large means lot of data, right? That also means lot of data.
Yeah,
So
but
when
in that case, when there are lots of attributes, obviously there would be text and all that. So SID
exactly,
would be required to join all those. So so that is not a candidate to make it high cardinality.
So in
so
case
see,
when there is a lot of storage required, in that case, we can go for high cardinality option, right?
exactly. See, uh, I mean, if I disable this text also, still I have option to add attributes, right? So text data is still not required, hierarchy data is still not required, but it's the master data and you have attributes, right? So in that case also possible. So I mean, it depends on the basically uh, project to project. In your project, if you see one info object is high data, and I mean, you see that in future it is going to bring lots of amount of data. So in that case, you have to decide. This is up to you, basically.
But it is based on HANA DB, right? So obviously it will help, right?
No, I mean, see, still they have maintained this high cardinality. That means still HANA DB has also some. I mean, it can also exhaust at some point of time, right? So in that case,
Okay.
I mean, it is available. Good thing you can use it.
Okay.
Yeah. So can I go further, or you want to see these tables in the HANA also? That also I can show you quickly.
As per like how to create.
Okay, that also. Yeah. So let me show these tables in HANA. Step slow. So I mean, it is a good thing that you creating these objects and you parallelly going to HANA database and seeing the backend objects which it is creating. Previously, when it was in different databases, that time we normally don't have that option to do. So I'll try to. System will be slow, so just hold on. Okay, just came. So I think I have already put a filter. So whatever BW development you do, everything will be getting stored in this schema basically, and this has been predefined. It can be set up normally. To basis will set up this thing. So you see, whatever tables I have shown you, those tables have been generated here also in the backend, and this M view also. And if you see the difference, this is the master data view, so it has been generated in this under this view section. And there are R and Z views as well. So these views are system generated. We don't even have authorization to open here. But I'll show you this one few tokens quickly. Okay. This quickly.
If high cardinality can be changed later on, or no question.
High cardinality can be changed later on, but it will cause some serious performance impact.
Okay.
Normally, we don't change. I mean, once we tick that,
Mhm.
we don't change. I mean, see, the high data. That's why we have ticked it. So normally don't change. So this is the table basically. This is how it will look. This is the SQL, which will show you the data. Okay. So these are the tables. So now I'll go back to BW and yeah, you just right click here and sorry, I think now it will not have this initially whenever you are creating. So you just go there, create an project and give all your name, make it as characteristic data type also you can choose. And if you make this characteristic, it will be this folder will be created as characteristic and it will come inside this folder like I have did. Okay, so I'm not going into details. Same for key figures. If you're making a key figure, if this key figure folder is not there, it will create a key figure folder and inside that the key figure which you will be creating that will be generated. So like that it will happen. So I think we are good here. So yes, so transitive attribute. Someone questioned me. So basically, I have pointed out what are the extra features. So high cardinality already covered. Transitive attribute will be covering, and also external SAP HANA views. And there is another option in master data update. This is the another option which is not covered here. It is not part of the scope, but still I have the maintained here. So going to the transitive attribute, you guys already said that it is a if A equal to B equal to C, then A equal to C, right? So the same concept here. So normally you have a, let's say you have an employee, you have a navigation attribute, you enable to attribute inside your employee master data, and your manager is also having one navigation attribute. So in previous,
Soumya, just
yeah,
can you close this left hand slide on the slides or just do this
okay, sorry,
presentation is because again the yeah thank you, thanks.
yes. So yes, so manager is also having one navigation attribute. So you have option to enable this navigation attribute here and here, but there is no option to enable this transitive attribute, right? So that option is still now available. So if you see this example here, so you have these two attributes available, and you made those two things as navigation attribute. Now you want to maintain the transitive attribute. You just right click, maintain transitive attribute. It will show you that what are the transitive attribute available for manager. So here it is one. So they have maintained that navigation attribute here basically. This is the way you'll achieve the transitive attribute here in the master data also. So it will also, I mean, it will be like it will show you in the system also. I mean, whenever you're seeing the data, you can see this data parallelly with the manager. I mean, normally in the reports, whenever you're seeing. So in the report, you'll have
So if you want to see employee functional area, I mean, we need to enable that and see, we can see. I
yes,
mean,
as it is a navigation attribute, you can in the report you can take the in the report you can take employee and you can also take functional area together and you
yeah.
can analyze the report.
So it is like if manager is the characteristics and functional area is its navigational attribute. And employee characteristic for that, if employee type and manager is its navigational attribute, then I can by using employee characteristics, I can also get functional area.
Yes, you can get yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So the unique characteristics which is defined as a navigation attribute, which can be further defined as transitive attribute, right?
So yes, see for employee, manager is the navigation attribute.
Hmm.
And for manager also, if you go to the manager info object, if you see that there also you have one attribute called function area, which is also enabled as navigation attribute.
Navigation attribute.
So in the employee info object, you can still add these two. You can obviously add, but this one was not possible. But now it is also you can add like this.
So that functional area is again navigational can be act as a navigation attribute for
It is yes.
in
I
the
mean it is navigation attribute in the report also for the employee also, but it is a also along with it is a transitive attribute. So I mean they are not calling it as a navigation attribute for employee; they are calling it as a transitive attribute. But its functional properties will be as same as navigation attributes in the report.
Okay, how we will see this in the system? Can you show?
Yes. Hold on. Go back into system. So I mean, see, it is not created basically. So that is the problem, because this one is just simple attribute where there is no navigation attribute. But let's say this is having some navigation attribute inside it. I mean, it is still a master data. In that case, you just click on that, maintain transitive attribute. Here nothing is there, it will not show anything. But okay. Okay, there's no transitive attribute for this, right? Because this is the same name it is showing, so nothing is available, so you cannot do anything. But normally, if this is also having some navigation attribute, it will show up like this. It will show up like this. That screenshot is not there. Okay, but it will show. I mean, it will show you that whatever possible navigation activity is available for that particular info object, and you can select that basically. So if we go back to this screen, yes, maintain navigation attribute. So if it is available, you can select that basically, and you can, if you click OK, then it will be added here basically.
So how do any indication? How do we know that it is a transitive is defined here? Is there any table where we have to see after definition?
No, I mean normally when you add that, if you see here how it is, it will be showing, right? I mean, see, this manager is having transitive attribute showing like that. If you add this one, it will be added here as an attribute. Added here as an attribute, but if you see this transitive attribute will be ticked here, true.
Oh, true will be, it will be okay.
Yes, that is the process here. Okay, I think all understood.
So, see, for a manager characteristic, this employee ID, employee type, and functional area are made transitive attribute. So, while editing this employee characteristics, when you do right click and maintain transitive attribute, then you will find these three in the list, right? Because they made transitive for manager.
Yes, correct, exactly. You are right.
Okay.
Whatever, maybe manager could have 50 navigation attributes, so all those 50 will show up here basically. And it is up to you or business requirement that which one you want to choose. So like here it is the function area, so so I chose that basically. That's why. Clear? I guess any more questions?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now again I'm going back to the system. So this is for the external SAP HANA views. I think We'll have a separate session for this in the upcoming days, but I'll still tell you which are in the scope. So basically, you can tick this one, and you can tick this one basically. So this will be only available. Selected. Hold on. Yes. So these two you can tick. I mean, it will basically create a calculation view in the HANA DB basically for you for this info object. You will see that. So normally we have seen all those tables, right? So if a characteristic info object is a characteristic info object, if you take that table, it will create a dimension calculation view. So this dimension calculation view, I think you guys already know from yesterday's session. So basically, it will be and in the HANA view, it will be a join of P and Q table normally. If Q table is not there, then it will be only P table. So basically, the important thing is you need to know is that what kind of calculation view it will be creating. And okay, so characteristic info object dimension calculation view based on the whatever tables you have enabled in your info object, based on those tables, mostly P and Q. And characteristic info object with when you make this a time dependent, in that case it will create a calculation view with the input parameter called key date. So the key date, I mean, normally for time dependent thing, it is important to provide one date, right? So that based on that date, it will give you the data, because we already know that for time dependent attribute, you'll have a date to and date from. So let's say you have a lot of date to and date from, and you have that object has changed multiple times. So you have 5-10 snapshot on the data based on the date. So if you don't provide a key date means it will not give you that particular data based on the date. So if you give the key date as the current date means it will give you the current snapshot of the data. So that same concept here basically in the with the calculation view as well. So okay, again going to the hierarchy. So if it is hierarchy is enabled, then your dimension calculation view name will be like this, and it will be generated with a parameter called hierarchy ID. Hierarchy ID is important because you could have multiple hierarchies in your info object. So to uniquely identify one ID, you can give a hierarchy ID, you can get your data. So this is a non-mandatory input parameter, hierarchy ID. If you don't give hierarchy ID, whatever hierarchy is available in that info object, every data will be shown to you basically from this calculation view. But if you provide a hierarchy ID, it will show you the data for that particular hierarchy. And there is another option which will show you external view for reporting. So in that case, external view, it uses the Q table for creating the dimension view. If Q table normally you have seen the tables also in the Q table. I mean the calculation view will be created on top of this Q table. And if you've noticed, every view here is dimension view. Nothing is cube type. Everything is dimension view. And another thing, you have a transaction called RS to HANA admin. So if you go to the transaction and if you give your object name there, you can see that whatever view is it has generated. So for my info object, if you see here, if you I given that object name, so it showed me whatever views has been generated and also the HANA package where it has been generated. So these are the views. These are all separate views. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 views, and also this is the package where it has been generated. So I could show you in the system as well. So see, when we're talking about tables and views, it will be here. When in the catalog folder, when we are talking about calculation views, procedures, everything will be available on the content folder, and you have to go to that particular folder. So for BW generated views, it will be the folder normally.
It will be in system local only.
I mean, the name can be, it is also can be configured, and it is also configured by basis using it.
Okay. Okay.
We can also configure. There is different steps for that. Basically, I mean, you can choose where to create. What is the name of this folder? These things.
And like you said, like external HANA view for reporting, I mean it will you'll see that in q q table, right? The view would be based on q table,
Q table. Yes.
but it q table is basically when it is time dependent, right?
You go back to my slide. Exactly.
It's a join of P and Q table, Varik, I guess.
If Q table is not available, then P table. Right?
Yeah.
Am I right? It is a
Yes. Yes.
joining of P
Right.
and
Right.
Q table.
Yes. Okay. Let me check for that part once again.
Soumya, can you please, I mean, your voice is not pretty much clear.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yes. I mean, what is happening? Sometimes it is clear and sometimes we are not able to hear properly. Is it from my side or any other also finding
No,
the same issue?
no, yeah, that's happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are also facing the same.
Okay. Hard time with my mic, guys. So
Only the last two are going down.
Yeah, same here actually.
okay, just stop me whenever that is happening, so that you don't miss anything.
Sophia, are you using headphone or how exactly you are connected?
No, I'm using normal headphone actually. I forget my headset basically.
Okay. So direct laptop here. So you are using no external headphones, right?
No, direct the wired.
Maybe the reason behind might be because when you are moving little bit ahead from a laptop, so your few words are missing sometime. That's happening. That I have also observed. So
Okay.
just bit, maybe we need to you have to be bit closer to your laptop and then get.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. So okay. So I am opening one of the view here. So this has been generated because I selected those uh, options. Hold on till it works. Oh, slow. So it will be automatically generated view. I mean, very, it will take some time. So you can see that it is created on P table, as there is no Q table there. So
Yeah, so maybe update the PPT there, right? So a little bit confusing there. So yeah, you can update that. It could be like P or Q.
which one normally?
Yeah, this one
Here,
number 4. Yeah.
yes, it uses Q table for creating them, but here I have mentioned, but I'll mention here also.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we'll create. Yes. So I think this is clear. So you'll have a. Don't worry about this one. You'll have a separate session. I have checked all the course content, so you'll have a separate session. So not the problem. You'll get to know better. So this is the important T code that you have to remember. We'll
Yeah.
put the
So
steps.
in Studio, how would you use the T code? I mean, RSA1 still.
Normally, see, you have two options to go to your BW cockpit, basically, BW GUI. So one you directly open, you install in your system. I have that. So you open from here, or else you click this one here.
Okay.
This will
So
also do the
okay. So
same thing.
for admin work, we still need to use this one. I mean GUI, right?
Uh,
I mean.
no, I mean GUI you can use for a lot of work basically.
Okay.
See, for this process chain, you can see, or if you have any data issue happened on some ADS or something, that you can see from there. There are tickets for that to, this analysis is not that very good from Eclipse tool. Basically, you cannot do that. In that case, you have to use the GUI. So whenever you just going to the manage screen of ADS and you want to see the request, how it is loading, and you want to analyze the data, that will be done from the GUI. So it will open the GUI for me. So you can use like this, or you can go here. You can directly log in into your GI. So these are the two options available. Okay. So going back here, I have shown. So I have enabled these two, both of them, and all once these are enabled, it will show you the HANA view name here also. So you don't need this T code once you're generating sometimes. But if you want a, want a view of the info object, there could be a lot of info object. In that case, you use the table to find it out, whatever the calculation, external calculation view that has been generated. But for here, it will show you directly here in the Eclipse, whatever the view name and why it is getting generated. So if you click this, all these two things together, these are the views will be generated. And this hierarchy will be generated only when you have the hierarchy enabled in this info object. Okay, I think
Okay. Yeah.
clear on that. You can go to the PPT and you can try by yourself.
Once you deploy it, it will get generated, right?
Once you activate the master data, it will be generated. Yes.
Okay. And how this transitive attributes will help in definition in data loading perspective or reporting perspective?
See, I mean, previously, normally, see, for an employee, maybe you want to know the, if you want to know the manager or the functional area, you cannot do that together, right? You can see what is the manager that you can see. Okay, in the same flow, right? Otherwise, you have to make a bigger flow where you have to take employee and also manager, and for the employee you have to make navigation attribute available, and for the manager also you have to make the navigation attribute available. Let's say you're taking employee and manager both in a ADSO. So in that case, your flow will be bigger. You have to, let's say, I mean, here I'm talking about one. There could be 50 such cases, right? So flow will be bigger. So instead, making the flow bigger, you taking everything together here in the employee itself. That's how it will help you, and it will also behave as a navigation attribute for employee, but in a transitive way. So it will make your flow less bigger.
Which one you recommend? Actually, this transitive attribute, will it hit the performance or?
Transitive attribute, no. It will transitive
Not
way is the
decrease,
better. Yes,
Okay.
not the
will increase.
volume. So it is better. So this is the new, actually, this is the new thing which SAP has came up basically. It was not a classical BW. So this is a good thing.
Transitive was still there in
Uh,
classical BW.
yes.
Transitive was there in classical BW.
BW on HANA you talking about?
No, no, classical. I mean, before that also 7.3, 7. Was there. We may not have used it. I mean, and hardly we use that feature anymore. But
Okay, I'll check for that. Okay. So now coming to the next topic, that is the enhanced master data update. So this is also a new thing that has been incorporated in BW4 HANA support pack 4. So here basically Let me show you the system. So you have this option available here. If you tick that option, you'll have couple of more tables generated basically. So I haven't activated it, that's why not generated, but I'll show you in the system. So these are the table which will be created. Inbound table, change log table, right? For text also inbound table and change log table, it will be created. And why you do that basically, I'll show you in the next slide most probably. Yes. So normally this will help you to do parallel loading. Parallel loading is very much supported here. And also whenever you're doing a parallel load, in a single load you can load your attributes and also text. That also you can do. And as the change log is available, delta extraction is possible. Like from info object you can load delta to another other providers. That also is supported in this case. I haven't seen that in any of my project, but it is still available and it is a new thing. So you are basically making a info object like a ADSO, and you just taking advantage of that. So this is the new thing. Go through this. There's nothing much I can show in the system. Okay. So these are the thing here. Basically, you go through that. This is a new enhancement SAP for the info object. Yeah, I'm pretty much done with the info object. Okay, so if you have any more questions on info object. Okay. If you have any questions, do let me know later, so I can take that offline with you guys. And this transitive attribute, I'll check when it has been incorporated, and I'll let you know. Okay. So my next topic is this ADSO, and I think you guys all know ADSO. This is the new object in BW4 HANA.
So, Soumya, sorry to disturb. Soumya, can we
Yes.
take 10 minutes break and then we start on this lesson 2?
Yeah, certainly.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can pause the recording maybe. Yeah.
I will pause it. I have to stop it, right?
You can pause, Soumya.
Okay.
Are you getting that option? Because you
Yes,
are.
yes. I just paused it, and I'll resume back after 15 minutes.
No, it's not paused. I suppose still running. No.
Yeah, recording is in still progress.
It still happening.
You got the option to pause the recording?
And I just paused.
Maybe
There's
I
a
have.
pause option. I have paused it.
Okay, just again unpause it and just see, because it has to start the recording, because I have not heard the beep.
No, it is not happening.
Okay.
I stop it and again start over.
What? No, stop is what? You can stop recording. There would be at the bottom, you might have seen getting an option, right? Recording option.
Yes, that I'm getting.
So just click on it. That will pause your recording.
Yeah. So after every topic, end of every topic, I think we show that exercise. Yeah. These are the exercise. They have define a new object. So info object is pretty simple, but
Yeah.
at the end of every topic you should get.
No, so the book we are following has 500 pages. This has 700. So can you see the version? Which version this is? So we are following like version 19. This one is which one? This is version 18. Okay, okay. So the previous
Older
version
one.
has exercise. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So I can share this to you guys also. I can upload in the
Yeah,
link.
yeah, same folder, box folder. This would have. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Yes. Okay. So we are here basically. So I have a lot of topics to cover. So I'll do it bit quickly. So okay. So now you all know that advanced data store object ADSOs. So now if you see this picture normally, so in classical BW, so these are all the persistence object you will get. Info object is the same, and info cube, data store object, PSAs, SPOs, everything has been combined into this one object now. So this is the heart of the BW, you can say, advanced data store object, and it will by changing some of the functionality in there, you will get you can create all the object, and you can use that in your flows based on the requirement. You can create classical, classic ADSOs, standard ADSOs, or data store PSS as the inbound layer, and also you can create your cube type ADSOs as well, which will behave as cubes. So we'll see that in a bit. And okay, and this one, as I open this one, I'll tell this one as well. So for the virtualization layer, where we don't persist the data, for the classic BW, we have these options available: multi-provider, info set. These are the main thing we used to use, and you have the other virtual provider and transient provider as well. But now in BW4 HANA, the list has reduced. You have only composite provider, OpenADS view, and the BADI provider. This BADI provider is the new one, which has been added in BW 7.5 support pack 4. It is new for BW 7.5 also. So we'll see that as well. So going to the next slide. Yes. So normally when we talk about ADSO, again, when you want to store the data, again this backend tables will come up. So as same as older BW, you still have these 3 tables available, but the naming convention is a bit different now and easy to remember, I guess, because 1, 2, and 3 is for inbound, active, and change log. And along with these tables, views will be also generated, like 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not there, 6, 7, 8. So 6 view is the view for extraction basically. So this view is based on your active table and inbound table. This is the union of active table and inbound table. So whenever you extracting the data, you extract from this view, 7. That is the SAP recommended thing. If you're, want to extract the data from ADS or to any third party or anywhere, you use that view. You can use that. One of the view is this one, and you have the 7 view as well, which is for reporting. So this is purely based on your active table. And if you want to consume ADSO into a reporting, then you can use this view. You can use this view, on top of this view, you can do the reporting basically. And this 8 view has been a added view. This is a new view. We call it as SQL view. So this view is for external access. And SAP has recently recommended to use that view whenever you using ADSO in a mixed modeling scenario. Suppose you want to use your ADSO in a calculation view. So in that case, you can use this 8 view. You can consume this 8 view and you can work on top of that. And whenever you're exposing the data to a third-party consumer, this view can also be used basically. So this is a SAP recommended view. So it is also based on your active table. It looks pretty simple until and unless you have this cold storage activation is enabled in your ADS. Cold storage or data, what we call the data tiering option. So if you don't have that, then it is on built on active table. If you has those options available, then it will be built on your active table and also the cold store tables, whatever you are generating and storing your data. So it will be the union of this active table and the cold store table. So cold storage is not part of this course, so I'll not be discussing that one. But just of the sake of knowing that these 8 tables can take the data from active table and also the cold store data. So that's why ACB has recommended this, because in every project they have started using this cold store. They have enabled in cold store. Everybody is using that because it will save a lot of space and also will give you faster response to a query. And I have shown 2 more tables. So these tables will be generated whenever this will be generated whenever your ADSO is I have this top, so I'll show you quickly. So there is one option, I'll show you in the system also. There is one option, inventory enable. So whenever you enable this one, new tables will be generated. One is validity table, another will be the reference point table. So I'll discuss this later. But these are the typical views. So not all views will be generated whenever you're creating ADSO based on your setting. Suppose you're creating a standard ADSO, in that case, these 3 views will be generated, and these 3 will be also generated. But if you creating other type of ADSO, let's say direct update ADSO, in that case, you will only have this active data table available. So it depends on the ADSO type, whatever you create. Right. So and this is the you could call this is the this screenshot will help you in many ways basically whenever you trying to develop something in BW4 HANA. So you see that there are different kind of PDSOs which we can create. So standard data store object, staging data store object, data mart data store object, and also direct update data store object. These are all available in previous version of BWs also, but it was not the ADSO. It was like data mart ADSOs used to call InfoQ, and direct update ADSO is similar to DSO, but it was direct update DSO. Now it has been changed, and also staging there was your right optimized DSO. Now it was also changed to staging data store object. We can still call it as right optimized ADSO basically, and it has different options inside it. So we'll see that in the system as well. So for the standard register object, you see whenever you click this right changelog option, in that case, you're basically having those 3 tables, whatever I have shown you, these 3 tables available.
So Soumya, so can you go up to the previous slide?
Yes.
Yeah, so this one view for extraction from ADSO. See, it's
Mhm.
number. So that means when you are loading data from one DSO to other ADSO, it will read data from this extraction. It basically it takes from, if it is delta, it takes from change log, and if it is uh, full load, it takes from active data table only, right? From 2 and 3.
Yes. Yes.
But so what is this one? View from extract view for extraction from ADSO. What does that mean?
So
Number 6.
yes, you are correct that it will take delta still takes from this change log, and full load will still take from active table. When you call about BW loading, whenever loading data to further targets, it will still you are using these tables. But for extraction in the sense, whenever you try to extract the data from, if some third party is want to extract the data, in that case, so SAP has recommended not to use these tables directly. So these tables still you can use in delta load, full load. SAP is internally using these tables, and also if you're writing any routine transformation or anything there, you can use these tables in the above layer. But whenever a third party is requesting something, they have to use this table basically. So these these views, So these
Okay.
tables are not exposed directly now.
Okay, so when ADSO is exposed for HANA view, that time this 6, 7, and 8 would come into picture, right?
I mean, these three views are available. So I mean, but SAP, you have still 6 available, but SAP is recommended to use the 8 one. I don't know if it's going to be decommissioned or what, but anyway, it is still there. So whenever you want to consume anything in HANA, you always use this view, 8 view, because normally the cold storage is available in your ADSO. You not storing all the data in HANA. Few of the older data you storing into SAP IQ or some other databases. In that case, those tables also will be available here. So that option is not available in 6. So if you're not storing anything anywhere, still you can use 6 and 8. But if you have full storage available, which will be mostly the cases for all the future projects, so in that case, this 8 is mandatory, basically. Okay.
Soumya,
Yeah.
go to back. Yeah. So this view DSO6 will take data from which tables?
6 is based on active table.
Active table. 7.
6 is based on active table and inbound table. Though inbound table doesn't matter, active table will be the main thing. And 7 is only from active table. 8 is based on your active table, and also if any cold storage is available, that table.
6 is inbound plus active. 7 is active, and 8 is
Active plus cold storage. Any cold storage table is available, then that table. That will normally be virtual tables, but you can call it as cold storage tables.
okay.
So that is a different concept altogether. So not be covering that, but just need know that because SAP has recommended this one, so it has some that cold storage feature is also available in this step view, basically. Okay, go to the next slide. So
Yes, yes.
okay, so this is the important picture what you are seeing whenever you're building something in BW4 HANA, because this is the main options which will control your ADSO and also your ADSO modeling properties, and based on these properties you can create different objects. So see, standard register object, you select that. If you write change log, if you select that, you will have a standard DSO, basically. Standard DSO type of standard DSO will be created in the system, and if you create the snapshot support, so what it will do is basically it will help you to do the full load. I mean, normally in few cases we have seen that if there is some, let's say you're loading the data from somewhere where, let's say file system, and you do a full load, and some data got deleted from there. But in your ADSO, when you activate that standard ADSO, data will be still in your active table. There is no way to delete that, right? So this snapshot support is something which will take care of these deletion images as well, and can delete. And it is only available for the full loads. And there is also a unique data record. So what it will do is basically, suppose you have loaded some data and you try to activate your data. If there is a unique duplicate record, I mean already some record is available in your active table, it will show you a error flag. It will not activate your data. So it will always check the unique data records, whatever is coming in and whatever is available with you in your active table. So these are the flags, basically. You can check it out. You can load your flag file and you can check that what it is doing. But theoretically, I told you what it does. And remember, this snapshot support is only for full load, so don't try it for delta load. It will not work. And okay, going to the next.
Soumya,
Yes.
can you please repeat on that snapshot support?
So okay.
So unique data record.
Yeah, okay. So this snapshot support actually, let me tell you, like in current BW system when we are doing a full load, okay. So we don't have any way to check what is the record which is deleted. So what we are doing, either we are deleting the record or we are reloading it again. So in the snapshot support, what it does, suppose you load it today and we got 10 records in a full load. Okay, next day, one record is deleted in source system and two new record will come. So you will get 11 record in the full load, but one record was deleted. So what it will do, it will create an extra filter, a field, I think in the ADSO with the indicator red or R something to tell you that okay, this record has been deleted in the source system. So with this way, we can come to know okay, what are the records which is deleted in source system.
So I'll show you maybe probably one example in Excel. Easy. So I mean, let's say you loaded this one and you activated in ADSO, right? And next day, some data come like this, and you don't have this thing. See, and let's say source is a flat file. A source is a flat file. In that case, and in case of flat files, normally whatever data is there, that is the snapshot of the data. I mean, yesterday, next day data, this two doesn't matter. This one is not a meaningful data basically. But still, if you see in your radius active table, it is still available there, right? So there is no way to delete it, because if you activate this, again, how your data will look. Basically, your data will look like this, right? So this redundant data will still be there.
So basically, it helps in planning. Suppose for month of April you have something planned, or maybe something is forecasted, and again for May something was planned or forecasted, and later point of time, suppose in December you want to see what was planned for May or April, you can see that. So it will keep that snapshot for that particular month. I mean, with that option.
Yes, I mean, not only planned data. I mean, let's say, uh, I could say that, let's say, employee data, right?
Yeah.
So once this employee is terminated, no point keeping that employee in the list, right? You're not going to generate any salary for that employee. Let's say it's this data you're taking for generating the salary. So this case, I mean, depends on the kind of data, right? And also it is supported for the full loads. So basically what it does, it keeps an indicator here, and when it's in the change log, as you already know the change log functionality. So basically in the change log, it just deletes this data basically. So I mean, it's a create a indicator which will basically delete the data. So reverse image basically.
It's been widely used in supply chain actually.
Yes,
And
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes,
APO
exactly.
and all those. Yeah.
So I have seen for, I mean, normally if you're loading in a flat file load for the HR data, also I have used that one, this one. So that's why I given that example. Yes, it can be used in other, supply chain is also one of the places it could be
Yeah,
used.
so they have planning functions which they run every month, and that during that planning run, whatever data is there, it comes as a snapshot. So every time they run that planning function, there would be a snapshot generated that you need to do. I mean, you do full load and store in your system.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. I can understand. I mean, let's say you're running a planning function today, and that is giving you some future forecasting of the data. So in that case, yesterday data doesn't matter. If you run today again, you'll get a new set of forecasting data. So previous data doesn't matter, right?
So, can you show? I mean, see, you showed E and F. You showed 1, 2, 3. So this is same as standard table, right? Standard table DSO. Then how it will look for snapshot?
Sorry, can you come again? So can you come again?
Can you show us how it will? So when I take this snapshot, then how this table will look like? Table data will look like after loading this 7th, 8th, and 9th record.
Okay.
This looks, whatever you highlighted. This looks like a standard table. I mean, standard.
Yes, these are your active table basically. I have
Yes.
highlighted these active tables.
And how it will look for this snapshot when I take snapshot option?
So if you select the snapshot, basically, this data will not be there basically anymore.
Okay, so say whatever. Okay, so whatever comes in that day will be my resultant.
That will be the
Else will be
snapshot.
deleted.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
So now, if you think about the normal loads, there is no way to clear this one, right? Normal, if you're loading from ECC data source or somewhere, until and unless something got generated here also as to and name something. I mean, I have see this as name. It should be some key figure. Then I could have given a minus value, and it can be reversed, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
normal how data comes from ECC, and now you delete the data or change something in the data.
In ECC, if I delete any record, then that will reflected into BW. So if I delete that ID too,
I mean, if you delete means that will be getting a minus. I mean, key figure will
minus.
get a minus, and that
Yes.
will in the activation that will eliminate your data, whatever you deleted. So deleted image also will be captured. But in case of flat file, if you think, or the supply chain as someone told, so there will be no way you are capturing the old data. I mean, deleted data. Right.
So basically, I mean, when you are loading snapshot data, there's always, I mean, you in your transformation, you have this date concept on what date snapshot date, right? So on what date the snapshot was loaded, okay, and later if you want to delete some snapshot which was loaded, say you want to keep just test snapshot and you want to delete previous old snapshot, so you need to write a program like that so that it will keep the latest 10 snapshot and rest it will delete.
I mean, I couldn't understand. But
So,
anyway,
so what I'm saying is, when you load the snapshot data, basically you maintain a date which would keep the snapshot date, right? And so, suppose you want to, or you want to always keep the latest 10 snapshot, and so in your program, it will just you need to write something which would keep just the latest 10. The previous every time you bring a new one, it will delete one old snapshot record.
Snapshot. Okay, with the date it will store snapshot date. If
Yeah,
you want historical data, then with the snapshot date you will find
Correct.
okay, this is yesterday's
yeah,
snapshot.
yes.
So in reporting, how you will do? You will
no.
report based on
Uh,
a date?
No, this snapshot option doesn't work like that. What you
Okay.
told, but because it doesn't, you don't need a date as well. So it is here. It is, I mean, based on data where you don't need any history. Because you don't want interested in this data. So this kind of data only will load through this.
Snapshot is basically on that particular, say you have ECC screen, right? So on that page, whatever you have on that particular date, you are loading that, right? So snapshot of that date, whatever data was there. So
That date, I mean, snapshot in the sense, or if you talk about this particular,
it's like you are taking a picture of whatever data
exactly.
was maintained and you have loaded that. So you today you have loaded, so your snapshot date is today. Tomorrow the data changes, you take again a picture of that, you load it. So it is like on that particular date what was loaded, it will be flagged that way. I mean, on that date what was loaded. So suppose you want today you want to see only today's data and not yesterday's data, you just delete what was loaded yesterday based on that date when it was loaded.
So how you do that? You have to do that manually, right?
You have selective deletion or you just run a program. I mean, in your transformation based on date you can just run it. When you
No.
load it, it will just see what is today's date and it will keep today's date only and previous day data it will delete.
So I mean, yeah, I understood what you say. That is, you call something versions, what we generate for planning data or forecasting data, right? So here, if you see, you're not keeping any versions, right? You only take whatever is the current data.
So
This
it's a
data
full
doesn't
update,
have
right?
to,
Full load only.
it's always work for full. It doesn't work for delta, and it is also
Yeah, it is always full and based on dates, right? So yesterday you did a full load, today you are doing a full load, and so like every day suppose you are doing a full load, but you want to keep latest say two, I mean last two latest two snapshot. Okay, so you just have your program like that, which will keep today's date data and yesterday's date data. Rest all it will delete.
Okay,
So
Actually, he is trying to say without date also it will keep the data up to date by itself, right? Right, Soumya, that's what you are trying to say, right?
I'm just okay, fine. I'm a lot of confusion here. I'll just say just create
Yeah,
a file
otherwise
like
you
this.
need to have that reverse and all that work on delta only, right? If you want to flag reverse image or deletion image, all that. But here it is always full load.
See, here, I mean, if this data is coming today, so this is the data for me. I'm interested in that. I have no interest on the whatever the existing data. So if one is also not there, I don't want to see that. So this kind of sources, this type of data, functional data, you want to use this snapshot. So I recommend you to try this one. Create a simple file and load what it is doing. Okay, don't make it complicated or think otherwise. It is just a simple thing. Just whatever data is coming today, you just have that data. If one is also not there, it will also delete that one from here also in the active table. Once you activate, only 3 will have that. You can try this one. If you have,
okay, so do you mean to say that SAP has just changed the name as a snapshot, even though it works as a full load?
yes, I mean it is the latest snapshot always. No date, nothing
Soumya,
is
in
involved.
short, can we say like delete and do full load? It
Yes,
will delete everything and then whatever comes in today, it will load into DSO.
yes. I mean delete whatever is deleted in the source,
Okay,
right?
yeah. So that means whatever coming, keep that only.
Exactly. Whatever coming today, keep that on.
Okay, it will not drop from the DSO and reload.
Yes. Because see, if you have to do that manually, then manually you have to remove, right? You have to check, write a routine, check the data, whatever is available in your active table, whatever is coming from the source, then you delete. So that thing has been automated.
Okay, but if the same value is there, means it will overwrite. That's
It will override the same process,
okay.
normal activation process. Yeah. So can I move further? So about unique data record, I recommend you to try selecting this flag and loading the similar record, whatever you loaded, and try activating. You'll get a error flag. And in case of staging data store object, you have these options available. So if you take this inbound queue only, so in that case, you'll have an inbound queue available. That is the inbound table. What I have shown you. So inbound table will be available in that case. If you compress, if you select this one, so you have a possibility to compress the data as well. In that case, you will have the active table. So previously for the cubes, used to compress the data. There was like if table and effect table was there. So same thing here, but here when you compress the data, data goes to active table basically. So when you select that compress option, you will have these two tables available. Okay. And there is another one is reporting enabled. Reporting enabled is also the same thing, but it happens. I mean, you tick this one when only you you want to do reporting on the staging data store object. And in case of reporting enabled, you will have these two tables available, inbound and active. And normally, if you see what is the difference between compressed data and reporting enabled, compressed data, whenever you compress the data will be moved from inbound table to active table basically. So inbound table will be empty in that case. And this is the same concept of compression. Request ID, everything will be lost. You will have the data all compressed in the active table. But when you have the reporting enabled option, in that case, data will be still kept in the inbound table, and data will be also kept in the active table. So that in case of some error happen, because you want to do the reporting on active table, and sometimes user are seeing this report. If something happens, some data loss happens, then you can reload. So that functionality has been there. So I haven't seen this in the reports. No one is doing reporting on this. What you say, staging data store object, but still these functionalities are there. And the data mode object data store, it is nothing but the info queue. If you select this option, you will have these two tables available. So consider one as your fact table and two as your effect table for the old classic BW. So when you compress the data, everything goes from inbound table to active table, and request ID and other technical ID settings will be lost. Data will be compressed. You will be no more able to identify the data based on your request number. So that is as same as info queue functionality.
Yeah, but this one, it is a
Mhm.
radio button, right? Staging the DSO.
Yes,
It
yes.
mentioned is the
I'll just
staging. Whereas in the above, it has option of checkbox, right?
no. This is, if you see, these are the type of videos.
Hmm.
Okay, these are radio button, and these things are special properties. Basically, you can enable.
You can
cannot
enable all three.
You can enable all three. Doesn't matter. And here also, if you see, these are also radio button, but you can enable one at a time. That is the difference between these checkboxes and this radio button. Here, staging, you can make this. You cannot enable all three together. Only one.
Yeah.
Okay, and here you can enable everything all together. So that is the difference between these buttons. So okay, going to the next topic, the direct update data store object. So this is nothing but your direct update DSO, direct update DSO for the classical BW, and BW for HANA we call it direct update DSO. So I have a separate slide for that, because sometimes we'll be using this direct update ADSO in case of you want to load the data in your active table directly. Saving all this inbound and change log things are not available, so you're saving the time and data. So it is based on purely on the requirement, and also sometimes when your source is providing the real-time data, in that cases you normally use this one. And also some APIs are available. APIs are the application programming interface, which will basically allow you to write the data, delete the data in this active table. Any third-party tool can use those APIs and can manipulate the data basically here. So any third-party system can use those things and can write the data in active table. And also normal DTP load is also possible in active table of direct update. That is also possible. And this active direct update normally will be used for the planning mode. So I'll show you the planning mode as well later on. So, and one more important point is delta extraction are not supported basically because you are disabling this change log. So obviously it will not be able to provide you the delta anymore, or all you do a full load if required, further reloading is required to some other targets. So that is possible. Okay.
So APIs means can we write programs through Python or Java script?
I mean APIs is in third party tool can see these are the above API. So whenever you write these APIs, you have to. So normally, if you remember, if you're writing a Java code, inside that you have to call a SQL code, right? It has a different syntax of calling the SQL code, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not a Java code. Because inside Java you can call a code block of C or SQL, whatever it is. So same thing. Whatever source system it is, whatever it is writing, it has to call this API, then it has to be written in the above basically. And this connection will be RFC. Going to stop. So these are the special properties. If you see here, these are the special properties. So one thing, this numbering, it is important basically. See, this inventory enable one is possible for 1 and 3. So 1 and 3. So whenever you're creating a data Q type DSO or standard DSO, inventory enable is possible. For other type, staging is not possible, or direct update is not possible. In case of planning enable, 1, 3, and 4, standard, cube type, and direct update, it is possible to make those things planning enable. And for write interface enable, it is possible for 1 and 2. These two it is not possible to do. Okay, so I mean, if you select this, it will be disabled. like that it will work. So I'll tell you the special properties. I have different slides, so I'll tell you about those. Yes. So this is the inventory enable. So I already told you in earlier slide
Yeah,
that
but I actually can
you
you
make this. Yes.
no that go to that DSO ADSO creation part.
Yes.
So in the standard, there are 3 checkbox: unique data record. After snapshot, there is unique data records.
Yes. Exactly.
So when we tick that, what will happen?
So if you check this image data record and if you try to activate something and you have the same data available in the active tool, it will show you error flag basically. So basically, it should be checked in cases where you don't want to load the same data, let's say two data have the same key. Those kind of data you cannot load. If you load
Okay, so
also,
generally, when same key will come, then it will overwrite. But when we tick unique data record, then it will throw an error.
so it will throw an error basically.
Okay, so
Yes.
overwrite will be not possible in that case.
No, override is not, I mean, possible in the sense this is just a check before activation, if all your data is unique or not. So this will be done. So based on the sources, special type of sources. So let's say some sources which will automatically generate data or some ID, automatic generic ID. So on those kind of sources, you just take this one to make sure that you don't reload any duplicate data. It will not do any harm basically, but still this check is there if you load also.
Because in DSO we specify key, right? So anyways, if duplicate key will come, then it will overwrite in general.
Exactly.
But okay, so
Exactly. But if you consider one use case will be, let's say you were loading a lot of data. So in that case, if you can, I mean, you see that your data loading is taking 2 hours of time, 3 hours of time, and more than that, an activation is also taking 2-3 hours of time. In that case, you check this one, whatever unique record is coming, you just I mean, you can identify those duplicate records which are coming, and you can do something in your source so that you don't get those duplicate records. Maybe a lot of duplicate records is coming. Let's say 1 million duplicate record is coming. So in that case, this is why you don't want to waste your time in doing loading the same thing again and again, right? So then it's just a flag to check and to correct in the source system if duplicate record is coming. You can do that. Basically, this is the purpose use case what I see. I have never seen used in whatever project I have been into, but I think this would be the use case of this one. Okay, clear?
yeah. Yes.
So inventory enable. So whenever you make inventory enable ADSO, when you create, in that case, 2 new tables will be created. One is validity table, another one will be reference point table. So we can going back to that. So 2 tables will be created, and this is why you do inventory enable. Basically, whenever you have non-cumulative key figure in your system, right? So non-cumulative key figure means which you cannot summarize directly. Cannot summarize. Let's say I say salary or bank statement. So that is basically nothing but the combination of your debit and credit, and also the date is also important. On which date you want to see the balance, right? You cannot summarize everything and you cannot say that I have this much balance. So date is also important factor. I will upload. There's a technical document for this which I have just gone through while creating this PPT. So I have some links also there and also example. And if you go through this link, you'll get other example maybe. So you go through and you'll get some idea on the non-cumulative key figure. I'm not explaining that much on this because of the time. But if you have some question, I can take that offline. Okay. So I mean, if you see validity table will be created, and I mean, see validity table will be normally used for the time interval, storing the time interval of the cumulative values, and reference point table will be automatically updated whenever you activating the DSO. So these two tables, reference and validity tables, will help you to create or generate the value for the non-cumulative key figure, because You cannot summarize or something. You have to need a reference, time reference also, and let's say for the amount you have a debit and credit. So these two fields also needs to be maintained to see this balance, right? So these things will be maintained via these tables normally. If you have okay, there is some link also I have provided, you can go through, and there are also two links you can go through. This is altogether a different topic that is very big, so cannot cover and not scope of this particular training also. So not covering that, but just important thing is inventory enable means to new tables, validity and reference point, and validity reference point table will be used for calculating the non-cumulative key figure values over the time. So yes, going to the next topic. So yes, we have seen the planning enabled special properties also. So planning enabled in the sense when you make some areas of planning enabled, in that case, few applications like if you have the Office or Lumira or some query you have created that is input ready query, those queries can write back to your ADSO basically. Okay, so there are two modes in that ADSO. One is the plan mode and load mode. I mean, still you can load your data through DTPs. So, but you have to switch into load mode. So if you right click on the ADSO, this switching of the mode is possible. So let's say this is in the load mode and you do want to enter some planning data into the ADSO via some input ready query. So that will fail basically because it is in the load mode. It has to be has in the plan mode to write the data through this planning enabled whatever things you have like an input ready query or Office or Lumira also. Lumira dashboard also can write into this ADSOs. And okay, same thing as plan mode. And if you see planning option is basically planning enabled. I mean, what you can use is 1, 3, and 4. So mostly 1 we are not normally using for the planning enabled. Reducers was mostly using the data mart and the direct update. So in case of direct update, you know that it is only having active table. So only full load is available because I mean, see for the data mart, you still have the all the granularity of the data. You still have inbound table active table. You can compress the data, so that functionality will be there. And but most of the cases we will use this direct update because for the planning enable, you just directly write the data in the active table, and also I mean that will help to reduce the complexity of the standard ADSO. If you use a standard ADSO, you will have all these tables you have to activate and all other stuff you have to do. But for planning enable, to make it smooth, to make a smooth processing of the planning data, you just normally use the direct update. Few cases, data mart also has been used. Data mart, cube type also has been used. That is also based on the requirement or based on the data, what data is coming through based on that. So this is this. There could be a different topic on this. It could be a separate session also for 1-2 hours. So not able to do so because of the time, but just need to know basis that these things are available and you can enable it and can use it. Later you can dig deep into those topics and you can check. So there is another option what you have seen that is right interface enabled. This is interesting thing where if you see here normally when you load the data, let's say you're loading data from ECC, you use a ODP then store the data and do your stuff. But in case of if you enable this site interface enable, so this will basically help you to write the data directly in the tables of ADSOs. And mostly this has been done for the SAP data services. So SAP data services can directly write into write interface enable ADSOs. It can do that, and other processes are also supported like cloud platform integration, other third-party tool. But mostly SAP data services I have seen, I have loaded the data, and if you see that what kind of ADSO support this, you can see 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is supported. So basically, let's say I have mostly seen this 2 has been used for this as a staging layer. So you load the data in the staging layer, then further based on the data you load other targets. Basically, that's how you do it. and also there are some APIs also available. So this APIs also it can write the data here, and it always use a push mechanism. That means you don't have control of the data. You have a data service. You have to suppose you want to load the data. You have to go to data service and you have to execute the job there or whatever it is. Then data will be written here. So it is a push mechanism. That means data source is pushing the data. You don't have any control over that. Okay, and you have some baddies also available in BW. Those baddies, I mean, whenever you push the data, this data, everything will go through that baddie. This RAM will go through that baddie, and in that baddie you can change and enhance your data. But that baddie is not in the scope, so cannot show you. It will be with advanced topic. So, but as of now, you just need to know that ACP data services services can write the data through HTTP or RFC in that write interchangeability issues. You can dig deep. You can go through this link and you can check better, and you can there's some hands-on exercise also I guess in this link, so you can follow that. You can create a right optimized. If you face any problem, you can take that offline anytime, not a problem. So going to the next topic, so is delta merge.
So,
I think
how do you enable that right interface enabled area? So how do you do?
you just see, for if you create a 1 and 2, that means standard or staging. In that case it will be enabled. So you're creating a staging, you enable this. Okay, and there's a different process of setting up, like see, you have to enable this, means some source will be writing the data into it, so you don't have any control. So you have to make that setting basically, that which source is going to write, and what data it will be write, and what how it will write. So that will be controlled through BODs. Let's say you have a BODS source, BODs will do that, and you have the steps, all steps in this slide you can check, and in this link you can check.
Okay,
And
okay.
get back. It is also a different. It can it can be a different topic of again 2 hours. So cannot dig deep, but you can try. Okay. Now this delta merge. Talk about this delta merge also, and I'll show you that how in BW what are the process of doing this delta merge, and in HANA also this process is available. I think we have already gone through this topic. I think in previous sessions, but still anyway. So as I was telling that normally for HANA, whenever you create a table, that will be a column store table by default, until and unless you make it a row store. I mean, row store, column store, both are available, but by default, everything will be column store whenever you're creating. So, I mean, as you have seen for these tables and all, whatever we're generating, everything is column store table. So you're creating ADSO, whatever tables you are generating, everything is column store table. These are column store. Okay. So now the thing is that column store is basically, I have a technical document for that. I can show you how columns should look like. So normally we see a table like this, right? In a normal SQL database. And also in HANA, we see the data like this, but in the memory normally, that memory is linear, right? Memory will be linear. And at the end again, when it reaches to endpoint, it will again store in a linear fashion. So like this, it will store a chunk of data basically. So, I mean, if you see the memory, how the row store will be stored, it will be stored row wise. So you can see here, this one row will be stored at a stage, then for the second row, like that it will be stored. This is the internal architecture has been shown, I mean, so that we can understand. It's not how it looks actually, but still we can get some idea. And for the column store, if you see, we are storing all the columns at a stage, basically. So you see all the countries together, all the products together, all the salaries together. So why it is faster? Suppose you want to find the uh, countries where only USA, so you can do that together basically. And these two fields are basically linked with these things. this US is linked with this alpha, this US is linked with this beta, and similarly these first two columns are again linked with this 301, 1250 also. So like that, these indexes will be created basically. This is again will be a different topic, but as of now, it is how it will look in a column store and in a row store. So again, going back, so this basically you see this column store that is basically very good while reading. So when you're reading the data, when you do a DTB load, when you read the data, in that case it will be faster. When you write a SQL code to read the data from a table, it will be faster. But in case of writing the data, it will not be that much of performance benefit. It will take some time to write. That's why what SAP has did, it has in column store table, it has two kind of storage inside that basically. One is main store, one is the delta store. Okay, so normally whenever you whenever you do a delta merge process, what you do is you just load all the data from delta to main. So main is the column store basically, where from where you do your read operation, and delta store is the place which is a row store table where you write all your data and you just do a swap of the data. Sorry. And when you say about the delta merge, there are different kinds of merge options available. So all these merge options which I have shown you, these are all in HANA system. Basically, hard merge is nothing but the manual execution of the merge. Auto merge and smart merge will be basically it will also be taken care by the system based on these two parameters which you defined in HANA basically. So, but mostly will not take care about these merges. If required, we'll do in HANA hard merge. We'll do directly right clicking on the table. Basically, I can show you that. We'll try to go to any table. So you see here loading to main memory, right? Apart from delta merge, all these things. So you can do that. You can directly click on that and you can do the delta merge by yourself. Okay, I'm not doing that, but you can click OK. It will just move the data. There is no data, so I'm not doing that. So this is the HANA way of doing it in HANA tables in the BW. So when you talk about the ADSO, you still loaded data into a column. ADSO background is a column store table, right? So it is also having two kind of storage. One is delta and another is main. So whenever you loading the data, you load the data into the delta storage basically, which is a row based table. And after that, if you see a DTP, there is an option to trigger delta merge. So what it will do is basically it will load the data into your row store table, data table, and after loading, once the load is finished, basically it will just send the data to the main table as well, because you have selected this setting in the DTP. So it will automatically be handled. Nothing you have to do manually. It is automatically handled, but still you have to take this one. So if you have every table, every DTP, you have to select this one so that delta merge happens automatically. And also this functionality is available in the process chain. There is a variant in the process chain where you can directly add this variant and give your ADSO name there, and you can do a delta merge. That is also available. So I hope any question. I hope it is clear.
So if we enable in DTP, is that sufficient, or if while adding in process chain also we have to do, add that step?
So what I think is if you while loading a DTP, you have to enable it so that it happens automatically. It sometimes it's not happen in this. In that case, is after loading everything, you put a delta merge variant and put all the ADSOs for which you want to do a delta merge. You can put that. If there is nothing to do, it will not do any harm. but it will still
Okay.
check apart from the delta mark. So I mean, it's kind of double checking. So it is a good
Okay.
thing to put. Yep. So the next topic.
But in ADSO, there's no option to add this, right? Enable.
ADSO there is an option. I mean, it will be available only when you're loading the data. So that is GTP basically.
Hmm.
Okay. So composite provider. So composite provider, as you already know, that previously we used to have multi-provider and imposite all those virtual layers in classical BW. But now composite provider is the, I mean, smart innovation which can cover all the things, and also it can cover. I mean, even you can load the data from composite provider to other ADSOs, and also that is also possible. And so, I mean, has a lot of advanced features in BW4 HANA, and composite provider has been the main virtual layer now in BW4 HANA, and it can support your union, join, everything it can support basically. So maybe I can show you this, and so it's in the system. Yeah, inactive composite provider. Okay. So one more thing, just want to highlight, is not in the scope. There are some runtime properties basically. So these properties are very important. I mean, when normally your composite provider in a real-time scenario, your composite provider will have more than 10, 20 ADSOs or calculation views. So in that case, sometimes we have seen, I mean, performance disaster while reading. I mean, if some query is running on top of this big composite provider, we have seen some performance issues, serious performance issues. So I mean, and also we have tried to change the settings, and it has different meanings. Still not part of this section, but part of this course. But you have to make sure that something is not performing well, some composite provider. Then you go back, check your design also, obviously, and also you come back to check all the settings here. Sometimes the settings can also could be the cause of your poor performance of the composite provider. And if you search these things, I think you'll get all the details. But so you'll get all the details. But I'll try for some link where I have this. This is very new. You'll not get all the details all together. But I think I have made some documents. So if I have that document, I'll share with you guys. It will help you for the performance analysis and all the stuff. But every point means something, and it is as it is tightly coupled with the HANA database. So it is very important to check these things. So anyway, not going deep into that. So this is a composite provider. When you create, you have two tabs: scenario and output. Scenario is nothing but the place where you build your composite provider. You do all the necessary joins and all. So as you've seen, I have already created a inner join, and this inner join, basically I have these two. One is the calculation queue, another is the ADSO. These are not meaningful data, but still I have taken this two randomly and joined it. So this is the inner join. You can change the join type also. So if you see, these are the join types available to you. So inner join, I think you have the fair idea of the inner join. Left outer join, right outer join, I hope you have idea. Full outer join. Referential join is the new thing. Not new thing, it was available there, but I mean, I can explain this one later, maybe. So in case of referential join, it will basically act as an inner join, but it will always consider that there's a referential integrity maintained. That means all the data in your left table is available in your right table as well. All the key figures, basically. What are the key fields? All is available. If something is not available, then this join will act as a left outer join, referential join. And it is not recommended by SAP until and unless you have a referential match between those two tables. You should not use this referential join. You can go for other joins that you can use utility as you want based on your data requirement. By referential join, when you are using that, you have to be take extra care that both the tables which are using in the join both have some referential integrity maintained. Okay. And also, okay, go to the slide and let's see. Okay, so this is also one important feature to add. Let's say you have a composite provider. Inside that composite provider, you can add another composite provider. That also you can do. Okay, so if I try that. I don't know. So see, this is a composite provider, and you can still add it in a composite provider. But this composite provider which you are adding, this composite provider should have. Let me start charging my laptop 1 second. Yeah. So this composite provider which we have just added, this composite provider should have this property enabled basically. This composite provider can be added in another composite provider. Here it is disabled because once you add a composite provider inside a composite provider, you cannot reuse that composite provider. If I remove that, still not available because of the join. So if you take this one, so basically if you, this will be enabled only when if you have an inner join available. In that case, you cannot use that. And also if you add a composite provider inside a composite provider, in that case it is not enabled. But normally it will be enabled. And you have to tick it so that you can use this one. You can consume this one is in another composite provider. So this is one important feature. And one is navigational attribute. So composite provider also it is possible to, see if you're building something here, then let's say you have two objects here and build everything. You have done your mapping and all. Then you'll have this output field all field available here. Once you have this output field available here, you have two things you can do. Is you can, if you click that object, basically you have two options to you have two options. You can, if you see this option, you can do select this nothing. You can select the info object and open notice view. This is not in scope, but we're talking about these two now. So if you select nothing means no info object will be added here. So this is a field based modeling basically. This is not a, no info object has been assigned to this. And if you see this one info object has been assigned to this. So it will get all the properties of this info object. Basically, whenever you using consuming this composite provider in a query. So if you use this field means you are using a reference into this field, and you can still use all the hierarchies enabled on this, all the master data enabled on this for this field. So this is the association. This is the important thing. So normally, so when you will use it, normally, let's say currency, let's say customer mobile number. So this thing, it's just a number. You don't need any master data or any hierarchy or anything. No special requirement on that. So you just make that as a field type, and you can enable this in the report. You just can see the report. So it is not any master data enabled or nothing. So you can keep that as field based, so that you don't create any SID or nothing for this. No memory overhead or no time taking thing is there. So this is also possible. So you can, that is based on your requirement. Okay, so you can add an info object to consume all the info object properties. You cannot add an info object as well. you can use this nothing option, and it just the name will be used, and it will be field-based modeling then. So it supports field-based modeling and also information-based modeling in composite provider. So it's a good feature to have, and also when you have a field-based modeling, it's a bit faster because you don't have to maintain any backend tables or anything, and just to show the data in that field. Okay, it is kind of variable if you talk about other programming languages or some other like Java or something. Just a variable where you store the data. It's not a info object or not a master data, not text, nothing. It's just a variable where you're storing the data. It will just have this, take this data type and store the data in the memory, nothing else. Okay, no SID creation, nothing. So it is called the field. So it is also possible. Let's say you're creating ADSO. In ADSO also you can do that. In composite provider also you can do that. You can use info object, assign info object to the fields. I mean, if you don't assign, that will also not do any harm. You can still pretty much do all the standard functionality in BW. You can do. So this is one thing. And
So is
also,
that reusable? I mean, if I'm using the same field level object in ADSO, can I mean, it's a system-wide name, right? So can it be reused in any other ADSO? Or?
no, I mean, see, the thing is that if you're creating another composite provider, okay, so you've taken all the data. Let's say it is coming from a calculation view. So calculation view itself, those objects are field based, right? When you consume that in a BW, you don't have any info
Yeah.
object, nothing assigned to that. So when you get that, you just take all these fields, and that name will be different basically normally, right? In a defined composite provider. You don't reuse it. This is not a reusable object.
Okay.
Okay. This kind of variable, that same variable you cannot reuse in the same namespace, right? Same kind of concept. And so navigation activity I was talking about, you can in composite provider also you can enable. So you just have to right click here. You click navigation attribute. There is no navigation attribute in this, so it is not showing. But if there is any navigation attribute, it will show up here. You can select, and if you click OK, then navigation attribute will also be available here. So this also support this navigation. So and later on, when you using this composite provider in the report, this navigation attribute will act as I mean, if you as previously as BW when BW Classic has been used. I mean, it will be same as navigation attributes. What you used to do, the functionality will be same, and it can still be available in this composite provider. It is important because most of the reporting and all stuff will do on top of this. And if you don't enable this navigation attribute, it will not be available. Still, if you use a master data which is having some navigation attribute, but if you don't enable navigation attribute here, those navigation attribute will not be available to your report. So it is important to check this navigation attribute and enable those things.
So we'll get transitive attributes as well, right? If we enable at the object level.
Yes, transitive attribute also you will get here.
Okay.
Okay, and it also supported. So pretty much I have mentioned these key points: field-based and object-based. Another composite provider can use. So this one is also another aspect where composite provider could be a source for suppose you are loading data to somewhere else. You can still load data from composite provider to that ADSO or cube type ADSO or standard ADSO, whatever it is. You can do that, and you can always have to do a full load because it doesn't have the capability to store the delta here. Right? You can do a full load that you can do, and you can load the data. So this is a good feature to have. So you combine some of the data, let's say from a calculation view and a ADSO in a composite provider, and from the composite provider you want to materialize your data, persist your data. You can load the data in ADSO, and you can do further stuff on that. That is also possible. But mostly composite provider will be the virtualization layer, which will be the last layer for your flow. On top of this composite provider, you try to create the reports basically. But that option is also available. You can load the data to other layers. And composite provider is basically, it is available from BW on HANA also. It is available. 7.4 itself it is available, but in HANA 2.0 support pack 4 it has some new capabilities which has been available now. So our system is 2.0 support pack more than 4, I guess. So these things are available. Previously, this only left outer join was available, right outer was not available, and full outer was not available. These are also enabled now in the current system, which I have shown you. All the join types are available, and also join condition, which I think I have shown you. It's not. Yes. So basically, you're joining these two. This one is going via projection. Projection is nothing but all these objects available here. So now if you talk about the joining condition, so you have to give some fields here basically based on which field. It's not meaningful data, so I'm giving random fields here. Let's say based of these two fields you are joining, you can select these joining operators also. So this was previously only equal to. Now these things are also enabled in the new enhancement. That's what I wanted to show you. Yes, these are all enabled. More option to combine join and union. So I mean previously few things were not supported, like if you do union, if you do a union and then you join after that, it was not supported. Now everything you can do here, everything is supported right now. Okay, and two new nodes also has been added, that is aggregation and projection. So you can model your data better. So if you, let's say it has this many fields inside this, okay, and in a projection you don't want to you put a filter, or you don't want to take all the data, that you can do. You can still create a filter on top of this, and you can filter your data, that you can do. So this is new nodes available right now. So aggregation projection you can switch, and you can work on that based on your requirement. And also the filtering option also I have showed you. You can put SQL syntax here, like you see they have put a filter on some field. If that is not equal to D, they are taking all the data. So you can filter is also available. It is like same feature like what you do in calculation views. So this was not available in composite provider, so now it is available. And same support of same data type as in the DSO. All the data types are now supported in composite provider, that you can do. That means in the output tab, if you go to a field, so this data type, all type of data type is supported. Previously it was few, now all the things are there which are available for the ADSOs also. So everything is supported right now. And okay, and one more thing is,
What is the maximum length of text supported in here? Show me button.
where
In B4 HANA.
maximum length of, sorry,
On any free text.
text, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you say this names and all, right?
Not in the info object, like if the info object is a text type, like info object text, what is the maximum length we can store in the text?
No, text is, I mean, that you can, there's like a small, medium text, small text, and all that they are, right? So you can define. I'm also not sure how much it should take, but I think there is some some point it will exhaust. There's some values there. I don't remember.
Okay.
Can check that later. But anyway, so I was showing you this calculated thing. So So here previously you cannot, previously this option was not there basically. So now you can create a new field here as a calculated field as you do in calculation views, and this thing you can fill it up. So not showing you. So these are the things which are important. This type of things that they are, this add year is supported. Like if you want to add some years to the current year, and you can show the data that you can do a lot of stuff you can do based on the requirement. So one of the recent thing what I did is very easy stuff, that is now. You can add now. Basically, it will just show you the current date and time. So that you can add and you can do. You have to fill all those things to add this one. So I'm not doing that, but you can add this one. So this field will be a constant mapping. We'll have a constant mapping. You don't have to map anything with the source, but still it will show you the current date and time or whatever logic you have written in that calculated column. So that is also pretty much possible now. Okay. Any questions on these things?
It will be like a CKF, right?
It will be not like a CK, but it is not reusable basically.
It
Okay.
just a field, right? It is a date, so it will just be a field.
I mean, like you cannot. If you talk about the reusability in terms of CK, you cannot do that. But it is functionality is like a CK.
Okay. And referential, can you repeat again that join that reference?
Referential join. Okay. Basically. So I mean, what I mean to say is, let's say you have two tables basically. So you have these entries available. Some names are available and some salaries available. So I mean, if you say these two are referentially, these two tables are referentially inclined, when you say that is, you know that this ID will be available here. Let's say it is some other field. So this field is the foreign key for this table, right? I mean, we talk about those two tables. This is the foreign key for this table, and you know that all my key of this table is available here. When you know that, when you have a 100% confidence that these two tables will have referentially inclined, in that case you will run a referential join that will be much faster than inner join. You can still do inner join, right? But if you know referentially inclined means, when you know that, you can run an referential join that will be much faster. I mean, what it will do, inner join, it will just check the tables if it is any match is there or not. In case of referential join, you make the compiler work more easy. That you already tell the compiler. Yes.
Soma, does that mean it referential means it joins addresses where the data is stored? Because reference we use reference word we generally use to call the address of that particular data where it has been stored. So it is like as you are saying that we should know that it ID should match exactly. So
Yes. I mean,
so referential, by saying referential, it just do join based on their addresses, something like that.
exactly.
So
It
we
will
should
use, I
know
mean,
that data should be we should know exactly what data is that table is storing.
Yes, yes, exactly. I mean, see, I mean, the pointer concept, if you talk about, or reference concept, so that same concept will be used in the background in case of
Yeah.
referential join, and
Okay.
it will make it more easier to join. I mean, it will the join will be easy for the compiler basically, because the more it spins, I mean, the more will be the background table. I mean, more will be the background table uses, or I mean, stack. If you maintain, you have to maintain the stack and all in the backend while doing a join and all. So those will be less in case of referential join. But it will be, if you talk about referential join, it is nothing but inner join, right? But if you, I mean, but you already telling the compiler, you have a 100% match between these tables. So there is no data like 5 years basically. That means that. Okay.
It has to be 1:1, like, or
It
like
is.
column A and D.
I mean, yes. It can. It
Okay.
is 1:1 normally. Yes.
It acts as an inner join, but
It is
you're using.
considered as an inner join, but you have a I mean, in case of inner join, it can happen like that. You have 1 to 4 year and you don't have 5, you omit this record. You
Yeah.
take only these common things. So same thing is happening here, but referential join means you're confident. There is nothing extra field here, so you do a reference join and make the work easy for the compiler, and it will be faster than inner join. You can still do inner join if possible, required. That is also you can do.
Okay. So in case of extra records that there means, then it will create a problem, right?
Yes, but if suppose you are not confident, if you do a referential join, then it can cause some serious issue, basically. So normally it is not recommended by SAP. So I have did one referential join. I can give you one use case. Normally when you join, there will be some tables in SAP which will be storing your date fields, right? Like for particular date, what is the fiscal year period and all. So there, for every date you maintain some entry. So you know that for every date there will be an entry. So in that case, I have did one referential join where some data was coming there. Also, all the date field was there for a particular period. So I filtered both of the tables based on the particular. Let's say I need the data from 2020. So I know from 2020 every date is available in my ADSO, and also from 2020 every date is available in my SAP standard table. So I know there is a referential match. So in that case, I used a referential join. And one more important thing is, if you do a referential join, and if you don't provide some, what do you call this? If you go here and join, you don't provide any condition here. Okay. In that case, it will behave as a cross join, basically. Okay. I mean, if you provide some condition, it will act as inner join. If you don't provide any condition, it will act as a cross join. So every element of one table will be joined with all the element with another table. It will work like this. So be careful when you are using this referential join, and better not to use it. But in case you know something is 100% match, then you can still use it to, and it will give you some performance benefit. Okay. Okay, I'm going to the next topic. So yes, next topic is OpenODS view. So this is basically OpenODS view is another persistent layer basically. Sorry, another virtualization layer where you don't store the data, but you still take your data, extract your data real time, and you can do the reporting on top of that. This as same as concept is as same as composite provider, but had some few differences. So I'll try to show you in the system. Yes. So I mean, let's say you created one. So I'm just creating. I already created one. Let me create another. So you provide your name and all. Just provide something, and you have the option to choose basically fact mustard or whatever it is you can choose. As of now, I'm choosing the fact one, and now you have source types. So there are the different source types basically available. I think I mentioned this in the PPT as well. Yes. So this BW sources is basically the sources where this direct access is enabled. I mean, direct access is enabled for this kind of sources in BW where you load the data through ODP or SLT, or you consume some CDS view. So in those places, this option can be enabled basically. You just have to explore that this direct access is available in your data sources. On option will be available. If you tick that, it will be kind of real-time data sources which you can directly consume here. And one more thing, I mean, ODP, where when you use it is basically let's say you have a quick requirement where you want to do a reporting on some set of data, and without less effort you want to do that. So in that case you can use your ODS views. And also ODS view doesn't work on very large amount of data. So sometimes normally when use case will be normally I use it for doing the POCs. So let's say you have some data and you don't have much complex logic on the data, just have to take the data one to one from your sources, and you don't want to even store the data anywhere in BW, just take through this direct access enable data source you create. So this data source will be the connection between the source system and your BW, and from this data source you just create this OpenODS, and on top of that you create your whatever create your model. On top of that you can create your OD, or you can consume that OpenODS composite provider as well. That also you can do. So basically this will be used mostly for real-time data where there is not much data in the source, and also sometimes for the POC where let's say before starting a project, user wants to, or client wants to see some data, some report, real-time report, how it is working, how it is going to look like. So there is not much to implement, just to show a demo to the user. So that it will be the great tool for that. You can use OpenODS view for that. But I have used that for that. But in few places in the project where you have a real-time requirement showing the data, and uh, source also has less amount of data, there you can use that. And it also it is the problem is it is like a composite provider, but it doesn't support. In composite provider you can do a lot of things. You can do join of union, all those stuff you can do, right? And heavy calculation you can create calculated column. Nothing is supported here. This is pretty much one to one. And but the thing is that it supports different kind of databases and different kind of source system support. So when you talk about BW, so that means real-time enabled BW sources. If anything is available, it will show up here. It will show, go click there, search there, click a star or question mark there. So when real-time is available, it will show there. Okay, so real-time is supported for all these, so it is showing up here. So I'm not clicking that in, and also it has option for database table or view. So database table or view in the sense it can connect to the database which you are using. So this BW4 HANA is on top of that BW4 H database which I was showing, right? So this is the backend database for this. So whatever the views available here, if you, these are not the views, whatever the views available here, you can use it, you can consume it there. For any calculation view also you can consume it. So yes, so table also you can consume it, view also consume it on the HANA system, on top of the on top of which your BW system is built, that you can use it. And also there is another option that MDC, we call it MDC. This is nothing but the same thing as table and view on the same HANA database, but in case of your database is multi-tenant database, in that case it will be used. So multi-tenant is a altogether a different concept. Let me check it. So multi-tenant is nothing but see, you have a HANA system. Now on that HANA system, you can configure different databases, single databases. So HANA, backend is still HANA. You are using the HANA memory, but you still have, let's say, three databases, three interface of the database, three different kind of nodes, you can say, isolated systems in the same database. So those are called tenant databases. So that also supported. If you select, but in that case, if you know you have a tenant database, you just select this one, and the rest of the things are same. You can get all the calculation views or tables or whatever is there in the HANA database. You can use it here. And also advanced data store also supported. ADSO also you can consume it as a source, but this is again you are storing the data in BW, so will not give you. I haven't seen any use cases in my project or whatever project I have worked on. because here you already persisting the data in the data store object, then you are consuming. So I don't see any performance improvement on that, but this option is still available. You can use it in case of you have to persist the data one time, and after that you have to consume it in OpenODS view. That is also possible. And one great thing is that transformation is also available. What it will do is, let's say you build, you have a data source, you have a BW data source, and on top of that data source, you can build your info sources, right? You can create one info source on top of the data source, and you can put your transformation also. So, I mean, what you're doing is basically, mm,
But Soumya, I mean, this OpenODS view is not persistent, right?
it is not virtual there.
So when it is based on a data source or based on an info source, how it will read data?
Sorry, can you come again?
Since
Data
it is
source,
not,
right?
yeah, so it is not persistent, and then when you create it on a data source or a info source, how it will read data?
Yes, coming to that. So data source, not all the data source is supporting this OpenODS view, right? Because see, this direct access in option should be enabled in the data source. So this direct access option is basically the meaning that your data source can give you the real-time data.
Okay, okay. So it will behave like direct DSO, right?
It
Direct
will
DSO
be
also works similarly.
no, not direct TSO. It is, I mean, you cannot build on top of direct TSO because see,
No, no, I'm saying functionally it behaves like direct DSO, which reads data directly from source system, right?
yes. So it
Yeah.
is, but it is not a exactly. I mean, it is a pull mechanism basically. Whenever you want to see the data in this OpenODS view, the data source will be hit, and data source will hit the. I mean, the data source in BW will be hit, and that will hit the actual data source. So you're not storing anything anywhere. You just data source is the structure of the data that is coming in, right? I think it is clear.
Hello, Soumya. Does
Yes.
this ODS also reads data directly from ECC tables?
It, yes. Yeah, I mean that not ECC tables. Let's say you have this
See,
table and
mhm.
you have selected this one. If you select the owner schema and all, then in that case, if you search, you get all the things available in your own database. And
Okay.
so
Okay.
own
So
database is
so
supported.
so from LTRC, no, it is said database table. So I confused that ECC
Okay, okay.
table directly we can read or not.
No, ECC table, if you want to do a ECC, let's say, okay, I got from where you're coming. So basically, let's say you have ECC table, okay? Let's say
Okay.
ECC table, and that ECC table, you still, you create a data source for that. I mean, you create a data source for that in your ECC,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And you create a data source here also in BW, and you have a connection between those two, and this data source, whatever you're creating in BW, that you can enable as direct access. But again,
Okay.
that table, whatever table is in your ECC, that has to, I mean, that also has to support the this
Data
direct
so
access.
so
Direct
data
access.
source should be created on that table. Otherwise, we cannot use that EC that
Yes,
table.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So
I mean
this
that
the second option, that database table or view. Okay, from HANA database
HANA.
only.
So if you, oh, yes,
Okay.
I have
So
bracket. I
if
have
that
mentioned
table is available in HANA database, then we can use.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. That's why I have mentioned in bracket. I know this will create some confusion.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Yes. And data store object, as I said, still can use data store object, but still you're persisting the data. So maybe some use cases will be there, but I haven't got any, but still you can use it. And this info source is bit uh, interesting. So I just want to show you. So let's say you create a data source, right? And if you create an info source on top of the data source, right? So I mean, these info sources have the same structure of this data source, and this info source is basically also a virtual thing, right? It is not storing any data, correct? And
Yes.
if you right click on this info source, you can create a transformation also in between, right?
Okay.
So up to this point, everything is virtual, and your DS is also direct access, correct? And you have the source somewhere else. So now the thing is that let's consider the case where you use this data source directly without any transformation. In that case, you don't have any control over the data. You cannot manipulate it, anything, whatever coming from the source, right? You cannot write your logic in between. But if you use this transformation, still you have the possibility to do something here. But still you are not storing your data. Let's say some data is coming like the data is coming like 0, 1. So you want to add something after the data, A, something like that you want to add. Let's say A is the your BW source system name. So let's say that is DB0. You want to add something. So that you can do in this transformation. But if you don't use this transformation, if it is one-to-one, totally one-to-one, no change, nothing, then you use a BW data source. Otherwise, you put a transformation, that is nothing but your info source basically. Without the info source, you cannot write this transformation, right?
Yeah.
So
So Soumya, how that transformation will work? I mean, do you need to run a DTP?
nothing. Just it will be available. On top of this, you have open ODS, right? So you
Yeah.
open ODS, you model whatever you have field you have, that is fine. You just try to see the data. It will go here, hit this transformation, do the change here. I mean, it will run backward wise, like source from source data will come here, transformation will happen, then it will show you the data, basically like that. No DTP, nothing is required right now for this. It is to all virtual. Okay, this is one of the interesting thing for the open ODS. Okay. So I think
To view data from open ODS, you just have to right click and display data. That's it. Nothing, no DTP run, nothing.
exactly nothing.
Okay.
It is as same as composite provider, virtual
Okay.
provider.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, but in composite provider we don't have transformation, right? Here we have transformation. So some
Now,
logic is
see,
executed.
I think I have a slide. I know that confusion will come in uh, because this is as same as composite provider. This is the advantage and disadvantage I already told you. See, in the advantage I told you that it is not storing any data. It can, I mean, see, here also the same thing is available. So if you go here, I mean, it can also support your field-based modeling. Customer ID, search it. I have changed it multiple times, so this is not that correct. But anyway, I mean, if you see, select on any object, SMS composite provider, you can put on info object or nothing. Nothing means it's the field type. You put a info object, then it will get all the properties of that info object. So everything is same. Okay. And okay, these are all whatever I told you. So it will help you to do a proof of concept whenever you're presenting something to the client, some report, demo report or something. So then it will be mostly used. And disadvantages, if you see, I mean, it should be always created on a smaller size of source. Otherwise, it will have a big performance impact because it is all virtual, right? You are not storing anything. The connection will go and forth between source BW and your source system. It will bring the data because not if you create a connection, no, I mean, data will not come at one go. It will chunk by chunk data will come. So that will create some performance problem. And see, again, you cannot consume HANA view with input parameter here. So let's say you create, I mean, you taken one HANA view through this option, not here. Let's say database view is available. So you have taken one HANA view as the source for the OpenODS view, but still, if there is input parameter in the HANA view, you cannot use this. So in that case, the only option, virtualization option would be left is composite provider. And join or union also you cannot use in the OpenODS view, right? Because it is no calculated column also can be created. Nothing. So all those things are available in composite provider. So that is the difference basically between composite provider and OpenODS view, but use cases are different. So this is totally a different use case where you build this on top of less amount of data, and also when the requirement is very simple, pretty simple, and also when the data source is providing the real-time data. Okay, and
But,
composite, yes.
but why disadvantage is OpenODS should be created and smaller size source tables? That should be the main advantage, right?
Which one? Sorry.
Disadvantage one.
Mhm.
It should, but it should be the main advantage of OpenODS, right?
No, I mean, see, when you're talking about a data source, if I give you a solution where you can only load few data source where data is small, very small amount of data is coming, like it is not a generic solution then. I mean, you cannot use that same solution for different kind of data sources. Only few data sources are restricted. If it is providing you larger data, then you cannot even think about OpenODS view. You cannot do anything. You have to go via this normal modeling where you stored the data in ADSO and composite provided. Then
May know what is the reason behind it? Why it is not accepting for big
because
size source tables?
because this is a real time thing, right? I mean, you don't have any data persisting in BW, right? Because source system is all it is the remote connection basically, right? I mean, the things are not available to you. You just virtually connecting to anything. Let's say one simple example: if you have worked for many clients and you normally log into their system via VPN access, right? So I mean, your computer is much slower or your VPN is much slower. Your VPN will always be slower because you are connecting to something remote connection,
Yeah.
right? Remote sources. Same concept here. So that's in that case it is slow. In that if you think about that. Okay.
Oh.
And also it is, I mean, see, you have two options. If you have a heavy calculation involved, heavy data source involved, then always use composite provider. You have a simple requirement, then and quick requirement. In that case, you can use OpenODS. That is the main use cases I see.
Okay. So HANA calculation view cannot be used here, right?
HANA calculation view can be used if there is no input parameter.
Okay. Okay.
If there is input parameter, those input parameter also needs to be handled, right? In composite provider, you can handle those things. If some, let's say some mandatory input parameter is there, so if you don't provide that mandatory input parameter, the calculation view will not show you the data, will not work, right?
Okay. Okay.
So that input handling, parameter handling is not available here. OpenODS view.
Prompts you are saying, right? In query prompt.
Yes. So whenever you execute some calculation view, it will ask you for some user input, right? So fewer mandatory, fewer non-mandatory. So non-mandatory you can skip it, but if it is mandatory, you have to give those values. Otherwise, the calculation view will not even work. So those cases, you have to use composite provider. Composite, whenever you normally this mixed modeling scenario, this input parameter handling is one of the I mean, you could say big thing. If you don't handle that properly, you'll see a lot of data issues, lot of composite provider not running, something like that will happen. So I mean, composite provider will help that in that case. That is virtual, still you'll be able to keep the user input. But in case of here, as it is created for a smaller kind of application or support, it can support smaller data set or something, they haven't make it much complex. It is easy version of the composite provider, you can say. Okay.
Can it be consumed by any other object, modeling object, like another view, or if I have to add it to a CP?
OpenODS
Open.
view, it is, I mean, yes, you can consume it in a composite provider, but you cannot use it in a calculation view.
Okay.
Because it is, I mean, it will not be create any views or anything in the backend in the HANA, so you cannot consume it basically. Okay, but you can consume it in a composite provider, and on top of that, you can do your reporting. Let's say you have 3 OpenODS view. Okay, That three you can do a union in a composite provider. Let's say you have a requirement as such, so you do a union of those three and you just do your report on top of that composite provider.
Okay.
And one more thing just wanted to tell you, there is one more thing is there, that is OpenODS view. So let's say this customer ID you have taken here, it's not coming here because some issue is there, but anyway, if you link to any OpenODS view, this will act as a master data basically. Let's say you have an OpenODS view where you have a customer ID, name, these two fields are available in another OpenODS view. So if you click this OpenODS view and you assign that same OpenODS view here, this customer ID will, I mean, when you see the data, this customer ID will get that other OpenODS view fields also. That is also possible here. So I mean, bit of flexibility you can use to OpenODS view, one as a fact table, one as a master data table. You can still use that. Okay. Yes. Going to the next topic. Okay. So now come the Open Hub destination. So as far whatever we have seen is we are loading the data into BW and doing staging the data, doing reporting and all. But BW will offer you to distribute the data in different source systems as well. That is also possible. So we call it like Open Hub. So BW is work as a hub and it will transfer the data to other source systems. And there are mostly two frameworks are available. So here we'll only talk about this Open Hub destination, but this one is we'll not talk about this, but still we'll give some approach. So in case of ODP, let's say you have a ADSO, and on top of that ADSO, you want to send the data to another system. So in that case, what you can do is you can create a data source basically on top of that ADSO, and you have to use the ODP option basically, and you have created a data source for that ADSO, and you can still consume that in other system. Let's say another BW system wants to take the data from the ADSO, that you can do. That setup can be done. So that is also kind of sending the data to other system, but that is based on ODP basically, and it is always use the pull mechanism where from let's say another BW system is giving the request, sending the request to the ADSO, and they're picking up the data from the ADSO. So it is a pull approach basically. It will be controlled by the I mean, which system is requesting, they have the control basically. So it is a pull mechanism, and this has different target system you can use, like see, as I told you, BW can also use BW4 HANA, same thing. As we did BODs, you can use, you can HANA STI is also there. You can even OData can also use these ODP services. So this is not part of the scope, but still giving you an idea that ODA can still through ODP you can expose the BW object to other system. That can be done. And when coming to this Open Hub destination, this is what we will see. So it is basically here it will have a push approach where your Open Hub destination will be created on your own BW system, right? So BW system, whenever you creating a DTP, then data will be sent to the source system. So control is like from the system where you taking the data. So source system has the control here, not the target system. Here, if you see the pull approach, here target system has the control. Whenever target system asks for some data, the source system send the data. But here it's a I mean opposite case basically. So we'll see that system. So it has, as you can see, you can send the data to file system, to database, or it is having some APIs also. I told you what is API is. So any third-party tool can access to this API. If you write code into the third-party system, it can through this API you can take the data from SAP object basically to open up destination. That you can do. So if you show in the system, it will be much easier to understand. Yes. Okay. Try to create one. And this template is basically, if you select this data source, and if you give a data source, the structure of this OpenODS view will be the same as the data source. Okay, I'm not selecting anything. If I select also, the structure will be like the data source or info provider or whatever I select. You can even copy a structure of a query as well, that you can do. And in case of open up destination, this is the important thing. So let's say I select this file type. So this is your destination. You want to store the data in some file type. So if I do finish, I will see that what are the different options come in when I select the file type. Yes. So you see here you have the option to local file. Even you can load the file to your application server. Every BW system has its own application server. The T code is AL11, where you can see your application server data. It's a file system, like a file system we have in the system, right? So this kind of system, so where you can send the data. If you send the local file, it will store in your own local system, and you can give the name as such. You can even give the directory where you want to save the data. If I give the desktop, it will save in my desktop. So these are the options available here. So I think I have
So
everything.
What is
previously you used to have the database table. It's still there, right?
Database table is still there. That is option is always there. I'll show you that. But
and what is the SDFS file means what?
I think that is a defined file system basically. I'm not sure about that. Haven't explored that one anytime.
Okay.
But that is a defined file system. Any questions? No. Okay. So, and also you can control the file type as well. CSV mostly used. You can use XML file also. This is not readable basically, but better to use the CSV. And you all know that you can give the separator whatever you like based on your requirement. And okay, so creating another one with the database table, we'll see that. So database, this time we are selecting a database table. Okay. So basically it will create a database table basically. This kind of table will be created in the target database. And if you see that where connection type, where you can store your data. So local database means your HANA database, where the table will be created basically. Okay. And when you say smart data access, so I have mentioned these things or not. So smart data access is the database which is connected to BW with the smart data source access interface basically. So those kind of database will can connect, and also if something is connected with your BW as a DB connection, those things also will show up basically. Let me check what are the connections available here. Smart data access is there, but nothing has been created on that. So this is like, you can say these all are databases basically. Whatever is the source, maybe let's say an Oracle database is connected to your BW system with a DB connection settings. So then that Oracle system, one table will be generated like this, where you will write your data. And I think on top of this, you create a transformation and DTP. So basically, when you create a DTP, when you execute the DTP, what it will do is, it will just create that this database table into that source, whatever you have selected, and it will create this table and it will load the data. Like that, it will work. So as you see, that control is in the sender system basically. So DTP is you have to execute the DTP from here itself. So it is the basically what do you call that? It is a push
Push
approach,
the
right?
data. It will
No, it
push
is
the
a
data.
push approach, exactly. Yes.
And
So it
what
will,
are the things in definition mandatory here?
so here mostly these things are not mandatory. This is based on the sending system where you sending the data. Okay, and the main thing, it will be auto generated. You don't have to take care of anything here. Just want to have to select the connection here, and also here you have to select the connection name. So these things, I mean, whenever you're connecting to a database, you will get all the details from the basis, maybe, right? So in that case, you can give all those details here, and you can select these keys basically here also. I mean, and also that mode is also available, like how you want to write the data in the table. So let's say based on your data source, whatever data source you have, based on that, basically you can see that you can delete the data and write there, or you can upsert the data, append the data based on if these things are available. So these are based on requirements. Everything is based on requirements. Yes.
SDA, how it will help? SDA, what is?
So this is SDA, like DB connection is a type of connection, right? Type of connection. It could be any, I mean, some few databases which will support this DB connection, and through this DB connection, it will be connected to BW, and few databases will support SDA. Through SDA, it will be connected to your BW. So that is the difference. How
No,
it is
this
connected
is
to
connection is about for source system or it is
source
the
system.
destination.
Source system. I mean, this is the here. If you talk about here, it is the destination, basically target system connection. Why are you sending the data?
Ah,
This is
target.
BW is your source, right? Now,
Yeah,
now BW
yeah.
is your source.
Mm.
So it is
So
working
this,
as a reverse way, basically. Okay, I tell you to create that. I have in what I have mentioned. So what is the time now? We are short of time, so I will cover quickly.
on which
Later, if you
occasion
have
we
any
use SDA? On which occasions?
SDA, right?
On which occasions? Do you have any
No, I mean
examples?
not based on any occasion or something. Let's say you have a database which support SDA connection basically with BW.
Okay.
So even HANA also support this SDA connection. So let's say you have a separate HANA system, HANA database, which you connect to your BW. So through
Okay.
SDA also you can connect. It's a connection mechanism basically. It's the interface
Okay.
how you connect. Okay. So let's say, I mean, now come to this BADI provider. So this BADI provider is a new thing which has been added in 7.5 in support pack 4. After that, it is available. So even our system is also doesn't support this BADI. I have tried searching and creating, but could not do so. So will not be able to show you in the system, but this is something BADI provider is available, where from the above side itself you create through a BADI you create a input provider basically. Okay, so I mean this BADI provider will provide you some APIs. Based on those APIs, you can write your code in your above layer. You can implement this BADI. You can create. Okay, and I mean, after creating, if you don't assign any info area, it will be normally will be available in nodes not connected. There will be one folder here.
But BADI provider is usually done in S4, right?
It is now supported in BW also. BW4 HANA.
Okay.
So it is nothing. I mean, like you create a composite provider, right? So
Yeah.
same thing it is, but you creating through above code. Okay, and if you see here, it can be reused in a composite provider as well. It is a very new thing in for BW for HANA. So I haven't seen anywhere it has been used. It will be complex only to implement, but you can still use it. And but I sadly will not get the scope to create in this BW for HANA because I could not find this BADI here itself. You can try if you go to AC18 or AC19 T code. Go there and try to check this BADI. You will not find it here. That is the problem. And also you need a special authorization to do that. That is, this authorization should be available for your user ID in BW to do this. Okay, so this is a new thing, and it is only used in case of union scenarios. And I don't know when the use cases, because it is very new. So still haven't seen anywhere used, but still exploring this one. You can also explore. If you get any input, please do let me know. If I get anything, I'll also let you know. But still
But same
haven't.
body provider is available in S4, right?
I think if you talk about S4, this BADI S4 itself, I mean, this BADI provider, if you talk about BW4 HANA and S4, if you see the difference, will not have any infra provider, virtual providers in S4, right? You will have this virtual provider in only BW. So I think in S4, whatever BADI provider is there, I think that will only manipulate the data and give you the data. Okay, will not create anything as virtual provider, which will create here in BW normally. So that is the difference between S4 and BW.
Okay.
But I think I'm not very sure, but I think they are also using the same BADI to create. Okay. Need to explore this one. So see, I have created. I was going through this one so that I can show you that how to create, but not available here. So just create, given you the steps here. It is easy to implement. You just go to AC19 and give the BADI name. Then you create a enhancement implementation for that BADI, and it will ask you a class name. I mean, I know it is a bit above thing, but if you have a fair idea on above or object oriented above, you can create it easily. Okay, so I recommend you to go through it. If you face any issue, let me know. But I highly doubt this environment current setup, whatever we have, will support this. Okay, so not going much deep into that. So we came into our last topic. So that is the architecture. Uh, I know you guys are familiar with this LSA and LSA++. Still, I will try to explain in my way. So normally, 1998, if you see, I have in this document. Yes. So if you see here, so 1998 almost, you can say, SAP launched this BW, and the name was different by then. It was BIW, and later on they again changed to BW on 2001. Okay, and again in between 2005 they again changed it to BI, but now it is again changed to BW. So now this is the current version 7.5 what we are working on. So why I'm saying is this basically. If you see around when this LSA and LSA++ came in, sorry. So if you see, normally 2008 SAP, they have told that we should, whenever we are creating SAP flow, we have to follow this LSA architecture basically. So without the architecture, I mean, if you can still, you still cannot follow this architecture, you can create your own flow. That flow will not be readable. I mean, let's imagine a scenario where you're working in a project, you created a flow as you wish, as per your wish, you have created a flow and you are not there in the project. Now think about the other people which are coming into that project and supporting that same flows what you have created. That will be very complex to do. But if you can follow a proper architecture, layer-wise architecture, you can follow, then it will be easy to maintain and easy to, if some issue happens, easy to navigate also. So that is the main reason SAP also came up with this LSA process architecture, but that is very late. 1998 they launched this BW, but 2008 they came up with this architecture. And quite a few times for the classic BW we are using that. But once BW has been upgraded, HANA also has came in as the backend of BW, and now BW4 HANA is the current version. So this LSA architecture also changed because we have now, if you see, we have the few capabilities where we can even load the data without the PSC layer and all. So many modification has been happened to BW. So this architecture also changed. They have reduced I mean, few of the things they have reduced, the complexity has been reduced. So I'll try to explain those things. But so now what BW4 HANA is using, that is LSA++ architecture. That is also, I mean, a extended application, you can say extended architecture of LSA. So they, I mean, with modification is there, and that has been now LSA++, which BW4 HANA use as a reference while creating any flows or anything. So it has been used all the project. And one more thing, not all the layer is mandatory, but if you're creating, suppose you're loading the data, you don't want to use this BW workspace layer, so you can omit this. This is not a super important layer for you, but still, if you're building something, you have to go through all this layer. You have to maintain the data so that you get a clear picture of your flow, that whatever you have done, that can be uniquely identified. You can say that something is happening in propagation layer, and something is happening in business transformation layer. So, I mean, for the client also, it will be easy, and for people who are supporting later on, it is also easy for them. So it is always mandatory to follow a architecture basically, but not all the steps are mandatory. Still, you can do some modification in your step. Project wise, I have seen many people are not using some layer, or they are maybe something is not meant for that layer, and they are still using that or implementing that into that layer. That is also happen. That that is the Those are the exceptional cases, but still overall you have to follow a layer, a architectural layer, which SAP has recommended. So if you talk about this LSA, so I mean, I'm starting from below layer. So this is the acquisition layer, data acquisition layer, where you store the data. So if you talk about classic BW on any other DBs, databases, so there, what you do, you create a data source, you create a PSA, you have info object, you load the data into your info object PSAs, and then you later load the data to other layers. So this is for the classical BW acquisition layer. This is the entry point for BW. So main object here will be PSA, and also your data sources, and also info object in older version of BW. Once you do that, you have this harmonization layer. So it is basically a quality check layer. Normally, I mean, not any heavy calculation you will not do in this layer, but uh, this layer you normally check the data quality. Let's say some data is coming, you want to append something into that data to make it meaningful data, or you want to don't want to load some data in BW, not relevant for your BW, that you can bring in this layer. So mostly here will be the transformation and info sources will be available. You're not normally not looking to store the data, just want to apply all the logic to check the data quality. That you'll do in the harmonization layer. And once you do the data quality check, then you send the data to your propagation layer basically. So propagation layer is the heart of any BW system. I mean, even you see here or also here. I'll explain this later for this, but it is the heart of any BW architecture basically. Here you store the data, you persist the data, and later on you push the data to various layers. So let's say you have 5 data sources. From the 5 data sources, you are loading the data, and all the data is the same data. Let's say those all are sales data, and you want to uh, store the data. I mean, normally in this layer you'll be using the EDA source, and this EDA source normally, let's say from the 5 sources, you got the data into 5 EDA sources here, and maybe you want to keep a backup of some data on some other EDA, so you load the data from 5 to another 5, like that you can do. So this is mostly for propagating the data to different EDA source, different I mean, other type of object also you can use, but mostly for older BW, it is EDA source, standard EDA source. And once you do all those propagation stuff, you have to now implement the business logics. So this layer, mostly heavy calculation will happen. Whatever you have the business logic, based on that you write your transformation, write your code, do all the lookups, create all your info sources, and whatever. I mean, let's say you want to combine data from 2 different sources, and you do that in a transformation, and you create a common info source. And from that info source, you then send the data to your data mart layer basically. So heavy calculation here, and sometime also few calculation here in this harmonization layer, but mostly here there is no business logic implemented, just to clean the data, make the data BW in the BW format, or something is need to be deleted, that can be done also. And something, I mean, as I told, there is always exception. If you want to delete something, that can also happen here as well. Okay, but as BW recommended, we should do in this separate layer here before propagation layer, so that we don't store anything redundant data in this ADO source. So that is the main purpose here, basically, to put this harmonization layer. And once you do all your business transformation, now you look for the reporting, and you want to store the data in normally this is the data model layer, where you will have all those cubes, info cubes, where you store the data. And as you know, info cube will store the granular level of the data, where you can analyze the data uh, better than if you use the ADSO here or classic DSO here. In that case, you will only have the available to check the data in whatever in the active table type. You don't have the all the snapshot of the data, but that will be available in the queue. So queue is the suitable object for reporting, or say cubes are only consuming the virtual layer, virtualization layer. So virtual layer previously you'll see this multi-provider info set, all the stuff. So there you just add your data model layer cubes, info cubes, and on top of that you do the reporting, right? So this is the, I mean, overall thing here basically. I know this virtualization layer is not there for the older BW classical system. Uh, I mean, this virtualization is not there. You just do your reporting on top of this cube and all. That is also there, but it is not that old thing. It is like BW 3.0 basically, but they used to follow this 3.0 or 4. They used to follow this architecture. So now moving on to this again, I forget these two layers. So corporate memory is, I mean, if you see, this is a separate kind of layer. So here, what you do is you from the acquisition layer, you keep a backup of the data here. So normally, why it will be used? So let's say in the PSA layer, normally you know that PSA also at regular time interval we're doing the PSA data. So maybe someday for some older data, you see some issue in the report. User has reported something. So in that case, you have to reload some data. So that you can do from the corporate memory, because after you delete PSA, data is not available to you in the acquisition layer, but still we have kept a corporate memory backup, so you can load the data and you can do the error correction from here. And that is the main purpose of the data. And operational data store is a optional layer, optional kind of thing. This is also a copy of the acquisition layer, where you load the data, and here you load some selective data, not all the data. And also this is also will be sometime used for reporting, or sometime used for error correction. So this is a totally optional layer. So in a few of the project I've seen, it is not been used. Only corporate memory has been used. So, but it is still there. You can use it. And going to the LS++. So if you see, things are already all the same. Every layer is in place. Instead of this operation data store layer, you have a BW workspace layer is there. So, and also if you see the data acquisition layer, it has been renamed as open operation data store layer. So because you see, I already told you that we have real-time data also supported, right? So I mean, HANA calculation view, and if you see OpenOTS view, everything you can create on top of this kind of direct access enabled data store type, data source type you can create. And also, if you've seen, there is no data source or PSA. Data source is there, but no PSA is available right now. You directly loaded data into right optimized ADS or staging ADSOs through DTP. You don't even use any info package anymore. So one layer less, so that is performance improvement basically. Lower storage, less storage, so that is good. And once you store data in this entry point layer in BW4 HANA, then you have pretty much same thing. And this harmonization has been renamed as transformation layer, and the work is almost the same. And again, EDW propagation layer is all the same, whatever is there. And also business transformation layer, it is also as same as the LSA. And also architecture data mart is as same as there. But if you notice, there is no cube. Now it is all ADS, but ADSO type is a cube type. And also, I mean, if you see this section, isolation there is only used to enabled on this data mart layer. So mainly you'll be consuming all your cubes in this virtualization layer, multi-provider or InfoSet. But here, if you see, it's a bit different. So when you see BW virtual data mart layer in BW4 HANA, you mean composite provider and OpenODS view. So composite provider, if you see, now you can create, you have the flexibility in this architecture, you can create on propagation layer also. And also you can create this architecture data mart layer also. You create an architecture data mart that will be basically purely based created for reporting. And if you create for EDW layer, then you have to think that this calculation, this composite provider might have been used in somewhere else in some calculation, or might be loading data into somewhere else. Okay, so normally when if it is created on top of this layer, that is not used for reporting mostly. And again, if you see the ODS, Open ODS view, what I have told you, Open ODS view now is directly connected on your data source. So it is independent. It doesn't require all these layers. It doesn't care about these layers. So because it is a virtual object, and it can directly consume the data sources, right? What I told you, direct access data sources or any DB or anything which is providing data to BW in a virtual manner, that it can connect, and it can be consumed in a composite provider. You cannot do that. On top of this also you can do reporting. You can put in a composite provider, you can do your reporting. So this is the flexibility which came in with these objects, new objects, composite provider and OpenODS view. And corporate memory is as same as here, the same functionality. And BW workspace is a different layer. This is again optional layer. This can be enabled where this is a different setup. For enabling this one, you need a different setup, and also this should be enabled from some BW tools. BWT code has to be executed. So here, what you can do is you can take the data from this operational data store layer, and also you can take the data from some file system, and also you can take the data from other source system, as you can see. I mean, within a BW, it is a kind of different environment. So this has been done from some other requirements. If user has some requirement where he wants to only select few of the data from here, and he wants to extract the data from some other table which is not required for BW but for different purpose, and also some file load they can do and create a different workspace, and on top of that they can again create any virtual layer, or directly they can also create the reporting. Objects are all same supported here. You can create ADS or composite or everything on top of this, but this is require a different license to do. But it comes with a BW package itself, but it needs to be enabled differently. So I have seen a project they are not using that. It's purely based on customer requirement basically. So any question on this?
Soumya, so this open ODS
Yes.
data store layer, so that for that source can be, you are saying it could be composite provider, open ODS view, HANA calculation view, all these could be a source to open ODS layer also.
Yes, I mean, see, this OpenODS view, for OpenODS view, as I told you, if it is coming in those sources, then it can be a source for them.
If it is getting data directly from some source, and then that can be.
Yes. Oh, yes. So see, I mean, these are the supported types. So if it is coming from here, then fine. So BW data source is supported, but it has to be direct access enabled. And you can only make this BW sources a direct access enabled. I mean, you have let's say you have ECC and ECC system, and you have a BW source system there. You cannot make that direct access enabled, right? I mean, few conditions should be made, like ODP should be providing the data, maybe, or maybe some HANA system through SLT is providing the data to you, or some CDS view you're taking the data. So these kind of data sources only you can make this direct access enabled. Not every data source in BW. So let's say you have a sales data source or finance data source, COPA data source. Those things are not direct access enabled basically. So this kind of BW and also HANA views and tables and also transformation you can also put after these data sources and info sources of course, and you can load the data. So if you talk about this one, so when I say OpenODS views data sources, then yes, if you can see here, the data sources could be a BW data source. Data source here has been mentioned. PSC is optional. PSC is not even BW for HANA now. BW on HANA still it is optional, but BW for HANA PSC is not anymore supported.
No,
There is no
I'm
PSC.
just wondering. I mean, in LSA plus plus, why would composite provider, even if there is composite provider, right? Why would composite provider be a source to a open ODS layer?
Okay, okay, you saying about this one? No,
Yeah, composite provider. Then there is
no,
uh,
this is no, this is
BW query.
this is a in general thing basically.
So maybe all these are supported in LSA plus plus
No,
architecture.
no, no. These are not supported by ODS, but these are I mean, they have. This is the box they have dragged here also, right? So that's why I think they have mentioned like this. But this query and all are not supported.
Yes, I mean just a bit confusing there.
No, no. I mean, as this box is common for this
All, I
OpenODS
mean,
layer
what all
also.
can be used in LSA plus plus architecture? I
It's a
think
legend, I think, for the
Exactly.
diagram.
Yes, it is a wrong diagram, then, but it comes from SAP only. Cannot help it. But not all the things supported. You already seen that in the system also, right? You cannot add a composite provider or say
Actually,
BW query.
so Swami, actually, if we have to say point out a difference between LSA and LSA plus plus layer wise, only the acquisition layer we have removed in LSA plus plus, right?
I mean, it has been renamed, but
Okay.
if you talk about the differences, there is, I mean, in the older version, you have the PSA and the info packages and all. That
Yeah.
is not required right now. I mean, you create a data source, and then you create a staging layer ADSO, and you create a DTP between them, and you can really load the data. Okay, so that
Okay.
is, I mean, that is the difference basically. I mean, layer-wise the same. This is the entry point. This is also the entry point, but still something has changed. Some functionality has changed. Okay, that
Okay.
is the difference. But layer-wise, still pretty much the same. But
I mean, most of the time it would be the DSO only, right? That would be that would stay in open
uh,
ODS layer.
most of the sorry, can come again.
So in open ODS layer, I mean, it will be ODS only, right? ADSO.
As a source you telling for OpenODS.
No, no, no. The bottom layer. So earlier it was data acquisition layer where we had PSA and all that. So that is obsolete now.
Okay, okay, yes,
So in
yes.
open ODS layer, yeah.
Only you will have so if you talk about OpenODS there, it will be right optimized ADSO, so normal
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right optimized ADSO. And I mean,
It could
you have
and it could be field based and it could be info object based, right? Or
yes.
it should only be field based.
No, it could be field based, could be info object based also, could be mixed of both of them,
Okay,
but based on the requirement.
okay.
If you let's say if you don't have any master data or hierarchy requirement or any field, then you make everything as field based.
Yeah, no, because this is the first layer, right? So field
First
based makes sense. Then upper
field
layer
based,
maybe you can have info object, but first layer you can have field based most of the time.
you can yes, you can field based will give you the performance benefit and layer in the maybe in the ADSOs, standard ADSOs, you can assign the info objects
Yeah, yeah.
basically that you can do. Even
So
sometimes some for some field based, it was throughout it is field based, and in composite provider, we have assigned some info object. That can also happen based on the requirement.
So is it really like, so this is the advisable architecture, right? So is it really good to store data in physically, like in three storages like OpenODS, EDW architecture? Three times we are storing it, right? So is it?
Yes, yes. I mean, see, so I mean, if you talk about the data, normally here it will be write optimized ADSO. So, and if you see the properties of write optimized ADSO, I mean, see, you have to think about the defined type of data sources. Some data sources will provide you different type of deltas, right? Some will be additive delta, some will be after before image. So everything you have to be you have to use something which will support all type of deltas also later on. So I mean, for a write optimized ADSO, if you use that in a lower level, so write optimized ADSO for write optimized ADSO, only the request will be the key. Request number will be the key. So you do a load now today, so it will create a request number. So that request number will be the key for the write optimized ADSO. And let's say you loading the data to a standard ADSO. When you activate the data, all data will go and sit there. And next day again, some data is coming to write optimized ADSO. Again, your write optimized ADSO, the request is the key. And again, you load into a standard ADSO and you're activating. So basically, based on the setting in this, there will be key figures in this standard ADSO. Those key figures you can make those as overwrite or summation type as per your requirement, and you can do. So basically, if you think about all perspective, your write optimized ADSO is the best object to store the data in the initial layer in BW, because it doesn't do anything with the delta thing, doesn't corrupt the data. Because let's say you're storing some data into standard ADSO and your source is providing some additive image. So in that case, it is not possible to store in a standard ADSO. You'll lose some data. So I mean, you'll come to know once you design something. But once you design different kind of data sources, what kind of data? I mean, let's say if I talk about the COPA data sources, that will provide you a additive image. So that additive image in the sense that whatever change is happening, let's say the data was what was sent was 50. Next time you are sending 100. So the change data will be there basically. 100 will come in again. So now, if you think about a scenario where you are using a cube in a lower level, you cannot use that. You lost the data. I mean, different kind of things are there. And from what you said that why different layer and why storing the data in different layers, because it will give you the flexibility to manage the data more better. Because see, in write optimized you store all the data. From that you from write optimized you can load. Let's say you're loading from a source and you want to load a data to ADSO, and later also standard ADSO and also cube type ADSO. Both kind of load you can do from the write optimized ADSO. Okay, so I mean, it's meaningful to store the data in write optimized ADSO, and then later uh, you can store the data in standard ADSOs. That is basically based on the requirement, also based on the data, what kind of data is coming from the source.
Okay.
That's why different
So
storages.
in real time, like based on the scenario, we can vary on this architecture, right?
Yes, it's obviously it is not something that you have to follow each and every step. You have you can
Okay.
have your own customization. You can have your own customization, and but the still the format should be same.
Okay.
So I mean, that is the, I mean, ACP has also told that in some of the articles that it is not a mandatory kind of architecture, but still you can use your own customized things. Basically, one of the example, let's say on EDW propagation layer, you don't want to write business logic here. It is very less business logic. You write it here, and on top of this, you consume in a composite
Okay.
and do the reporting. That is also possible. But still,
Okay.
format should be same, right? Because not much code, but still doing some data cleaning operation. and but still fits your business logic, so you can do it here.
Okay.
It is flexible architecture basically. Anything, any questions on any of the topic or
Data source, do you cover, Soumya?
data source is not a part of this PPT, not part of this lecture basically. So
Okay.
maybe I don't know, it is they are already available.
Also the ECC part.
ECC
BW
part is not available in this course basically, not part of this course.
Okay. Then how
You
do
have
we
this
have a data source created since BW4 HANA would be based on S4, right?
BW. Yes, so I can just give you some idea that what kind of data sources we have.
Mm-hmm.
So you see now if you see maximum things are ODP enabled.
Okay.
So previously you used to have RSA7 concept, right?
Yeah.
RSA7 will store your delta. So
Yeah.
now this ODP will store all your delta, and the T code.
Okay.
I mean, the same T code for RSA7 what has been replaced now as ODQ mod. Okay.
Okay.
So ODQ mod. If you go to ODQ mod, that means you can see your delta data.
Okay. ODQmon. Okay.
So that is the replacement for RSA7.
Mhm.
Okay, ODQ mod, and this ODP. The good thing is that this ODP is making you enable to skip that PSA option. What you have, I have told you that we are no more using PSA, right? So if you
Okay.
ODP enable means you can directly load your data into right optimized DSO, and still you can maintain your delta. And ODP will be delta processing will be a bit different. Delta will be stored. I mean, if you go to, I try to go to ODQ mod.
So it is subscription based, right? The
It
delta.
is yes, yes. It is subscription based delta. So one source. See here. So there is only one subscription. See the queues. Hold on. So this is the subscription basically. And this is, I mean, HANA HDI is basically I mean, basically what is happening. We talk about this. Go back to this one. So this is basically this one, where a ODP has been created on an BW object. BW is using as a source basically, because I'm not, I haven't opened it in any S4 HANA system. I'm opening ODQmon into that BW system itself. And if you see that there has been one data source created, and who is the subscriber? It is HANA SDI, another database.
Okay.
And this is the subscription ID. So I mean, and also if you see, if you go further down, you can see this is a bit different. If you load a DTP, it is a bit different than that. But you see all the loads it is showing here basically. These are all the loads which has already been pulled into that HANA SDI system, and it is all these are the extraction requests. You can see everything.
Okay.
And as it is a, if you can see, this is a pull approach, right? So whenever they request the data, it will create one request here also. Create one composite request here also, new request, and that will bring the data out of the application tables. Okay, whatever here, not application table here, as maybe some ADSO has been used or something. So that is ADSO table will give you the delta data. So it will create the delta data and it will send. This is all automatic. You don't have to take care of anything, but you can just monitor. If you come here, you can see ODQmon. You can monitor that what is happening, what load is running, what has been failed. Okay, and you have an option to read the extraction request again. That means if something failed here, you executed one, let's say one one BW system is accessing this data. and you executed one DTP, but still here ODQ job has failed.
Hmm.
So in that case, you can run this extraction again. I mean, you can make that DTP manually. You can make that DTP as failed request, make that request as read, and after that you just extract the job here again. Okay, and again you execute the DTP. So this will pick up the data basically. This kind of functionality has. Okay, and also you can see the background job here. If you see background, these are the background jobs you can see. Still explore that what this job is doing, from where this data is coming, that you can see. You can see, you can analyze that what it is doing basically. So if you see the queue name, this is the ADSO basically. It's ADS AP. Okay. But anyway, this is a different topic. Cannot be covered right now. But you can offline connect with me. I can show you in the system that how it is happening.
Okay.
But now RSA7, we're replacing it with ODP.
Hmm.
Okay, so that's why you see everything. I mean, if when you see SAP extractor, you see all the ODP enabled SAP extractor. S4HANA. If you say S4HANA, so S4HANA also part of this basically.
So even all these logistic data sources would be ODP based.
Logistic data. I mean, see, not all the data sources are ODP enabled. So you have to make those data sources are ODP enabled. That you have to do manually.
Okay. So in BW4 HANA, I mean, both will work in parallel, right? I mean, if I have this logistics, whatever we had, right, LS 11, 12, 13, that would also work, and this ODP also will work, right?
Yes.
So if it is directly from table, this, I mean, BBAP, BBAK, so we can have SLT, or we can directly create ODP based data source on that, and right?
I mean, let's say, I mean, normally in this BW4 HANA, everything is ODP, based on ODP. So when you talk about this logistic data source will provide you this push, and ODP also now of two types. One is push and pull. So when you say push means for logistic, it will happen as push. It already creates the delta for you and store the delta in ODQ mode. So when you execute the DTP, it will pick up the data. But in other cases, let's say SD or somewhere, so it will be pull. Let's say you execute a DTP and it will hit the ODQ mode and it will create the delta at that same time, and it will create a ODQ job and it will extract the data for you. But now SAP has recommended to use everything as ODP. So if you can see here, everything is ODP. You don't have normal database option. But BW on HANA, you still have that option. You can still extract from the normal data sources, RSA7 data sources.
So I mean, we have BW4 BW on HANA. Okay, it's not BW4 HANA, and we have implemented some ODP there, ODP data source. So as soon as there is any posting on the source system, delta gets created, and we have the streaming chain linked to it. It will trigger the streaming chain. So that would be pushed from the source system side, right? As soon as data is
That is,
posted.
yes, that is push. I mean, without push, you cannot enable the streaming option. Because whenever you push the data, it will automatically trigger your process check.
Okay. Okay. So for logistics, same thing is happening, right?
Logistic also push. So if you yes, you can use a streaming process chain also in that case. But if other cases, if you talk about SD, it is all pull. You cannot use that streaming option. Streaming option will not be available. Okay. Anything else we can talk about?
So it is BW for HANA means how it can be one back and HANA or S4 HANA, right?
I'm sorry, BW for HANA?
For ECC can be S4 or otherwise direct only HANA, right?
Yes, S4 HANA is supported for this, and also if other data sources are supported, but that has to be come through in a different way. Like let's say you have some BW and you created some CDS views there. So that CDS view can consume here, and that data source is still not your S4. Okay, so let's say you have a ECC system. Okay, where you created your CDS views. CDS views can be created on any type of I mean, whether it is not a S4, that is doesn't matter. You can create on normal ECC system also which support S4 the CDS view. So you create a CDS view. In that case, you have to consume those CDS views. You cannot directly create a data source and consume, because which is not ODP enabled. You're getting my point, right?
Yeah. Okay, but for LO data
LO
sources.
is as someone already told that they are using LO and a process chain, that is a push mechanism. So if it is ODP enabled, then you can directly use that. You have to make that LO data source as ODP enabled. That manual activity is there. It is not, I mean, by default it will not be activated. There is one table. In that table, you can normally see which are the ODP enabled.
So the steps would be very simple comparatively, like in classic BW, what we do implementing business content and whatever we do, activate it and test it.
Yes. There is one function module or some program, I don't remember correctly, but you have to execute that, and you have to make an entry into this table basically for that data source. And also you need to check if ODP is supported for the data source or not. Mostly, most of the object SAP has supported ODPs. Most of the SAP functional data sources, whatever they have. Okay, and whenever you're creating a custom data source, for that also you have to make this. You want to make that ODP enabled, then you have to do the same exercise, executing that function module and register that data source in a table. I think that table.
For custom data sources, we still create and follow old steps, methods, and make it ODP enabled.
Which one? Sorry.
For custom data sources.
Custom data source also, yes. You can make that
follow old steps and we make it ODP enabled, right?
Yes, and yes. So by default, it will not be ODP enabled. You have to perform some steps to make it ODP enabled. Then you're good to go. You can consume that here. We'll consume it here.
We install business content also, for example, standard
Business
data sources.
Business content is still available. Yes,
BI content.
but BI content is available. You can install that, but still, if something is not ODP enabled, then doesn't make sense. So you have to make that data source whatever you want to add as a business content. You make that ODP enabled in ECC, then you add it here, then you do the loadings.
Okay. So by default, it is not ODP enabled.
By
all
default,
the standard.
all the data sources are not ODP. Exactly. You have to make. You have to manually make them ODP enabled.
Okay. Okay.
So, if you see the data sources, you'll see some of the very good thing has been done over here. So if you see this information views, so these are nothing but your calculation views. Okay, so you can directly consume your calculation view as a data source, and you can load into a ADSO.
But this calculation view has to be created manually, right?
Calculation view will create on your BW database, right, in HANA modeling perspective, right? So normally what is happening, if I have to explain, normally the thing is basically you have your BW, and on top below you have your HANA. So BW is on top of your HANA. It is using this HANA storage area basically. And you have some BW objects, and you have some HANA objects, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is that let's give one example CLV, and you give one example as info object. right? So whatever CLV you have created, you have some ways to consume that in a BW. What is that? You can use in a composite provider directly, right? You can use in a ODS view, open ODS view directly, right? And even you can load the data from the CLV to a ADSO through this data source option what I have shown you. This one, this one. And in case of BW object, if you think you have a BW info object created, so that tables will be created in HANA database. So HANA database is always have the footprint of this object. So tables are all created in HANA database as I showed you, right? And also when you create this external HANA views for info object, it will create a calculation view here, right? Does it make sense? Or
Yeah. So this is another way of bringing using the data source, right? Using HANA calculation view.
yes. So as I showed you now, this if you select this one, okay, then it will create a calculation view, right? So that calculation view will be stored in HANA namespace. That will be in the HANA namespace basically. That will not be stored in BW namespace. So when you talk about BW, so you talk about this is one is BW repository, right? And one is with the HANA repo. So few object you are creating on top of HANA, few object you are creating on top of BW. But still you have some options where you can. That's why you call it mixed modeling. You have the option to consume this into BW, and sometimes you have option to consume this BW thing in HANA. So that's why it is mixed modeling scenarios.
Okay.
And when you talk about these tables are all available in SE11, which is the BW namespace, and these all tables are available in, as I shown you here. Where? Here. So these are the external views, not the tables, but tables also I have shown you, I guess. Tables also will be created in HANA's namespace. These things, right? So this is HANA, right? So basically, this HANA modeling is nothing but normally you have a SQL database, right? So in case of SQL database, you will have some front end of that SQL database where you can write code or do something. Any databases. So HANA Studio, I mean, this HANA BW perspective, HANA modeling perspective, HANA development perspective, these are nothing but the interface to this HANA database itself, where you can create objects, see objects, maintain your objects. And BW, when you create something in BW, that will use the HANA memory, create some HANA tables or views, but that is again a different stack basically. So whenever you create some info object, you're using HANA memory, and you are creating some HANA footprint by creating some tables or views, but you can see the BW object in this interface in BW basically. So this is the concept of mixed modeling. I think you'll have some scenarios also coming in. Hybrid modeling is there. Hybrid modeling scenarios here you'll see how we're creating those calculation views using ADSOs and all, or how we are consuming calculation views loading data into ADSO. That is also possible. And also composite provider is there. Inside composite provider, you can directly consume a calculation view, right? Hope you got it. Okay,
So, but similarly, yellow 2LAs kind of that can be used directly, right, in earlier classic video. So similarly, those things can be enabled and used using ODP.
See, once you enable the ODP, then it is nothing. You just load the data as same as earlier. Just the thing is that it will come and sit under this ODP level extractor. Then you create a data source, the same thing, but you don't have the PS anymore. From the data source, directly you load to ADS, right? Optimized ADS. Things are all same. You have to replicate the data source. Everything you have to do. Everything is same. Only the way it is used to provide the data to BW. Now that way has changed. It was a different process using the RSA7, but now it is a ODP process basically.
So
It is the
still we are able to find that one extractor is we looking for 12 is some 12, and we can activate it and make it as a ODP enabled, and we can find it and follow pull the
yes,
data.
and also while making ODP enabled, you have to make sure that what kind of ODP data it provides, push or pull. Based on that, you have to design.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So how we determine that push or pull?
I mean, you just have to go through SAP content. There is no table as such which says
Okay.
that is push or pull. But normally, what I know is logistic is push, and if you have any SLT something, SLT data source, like if you see here SLT, so that is also push.
Okay.
Yeah, Soumya, so I mean, we created this SLT as well as normal ECC based ODP data source. So nothing was done on ECC side. So everything on BW side, you right click create ODP. There you define from where you want to fetch table, whether it is from a table or from where. I mean, there in BW side you have that thing to check.
I mean, ODP.
No, yeah, no data source application required. Here you can do that installation and all that. I mean, in DTP itself, there will be option whether you want to run init without data transfer init or what, all those things.
No, that is fine. But I'm talking about the nature of the
Yeah,
ODP.
so just right click and create one. Just see. I mean, there would be option to right click create data source. Yeah.
You will not be able to provide the system names, right?
Okay. So yeah.
Don't have any connection.
Yeah, here I mean that's what I mean. We give ECC source system name and all that. We don't have to go and create anything in ECC side. We can create directly here. Just we need to give the table or there are different options whether from table or from view or from where you want to fetch data.
Okay.
No, I mean, for which kind of source you talking about?
So we have created
SLT
both.
or
Yeah, we have created both SLT as well as from we fetch data from GTS system, right? Global Trade, that is ECC system.
okay.
So yeah, we created in BW only. Nothing was required on GTS
So
side.
that was sit on under this ODP SAP extractor only, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Data source
yeah,
system.
yeah.
So that might have been ODP enabled. I think we check the data source. So I think there is some table. I will try to search for that. And you check the table and see this is the table. This is the I'll ping it here. I will ping it here. Where's the chat option?
Chat.
So
Yeah.
I mean, as you can see, this is the
Yeah.
program which will help you to expose the data source, and this is the table where you can see that data source is already ODP enabled or not. If data source is coming, as you said, that is coming inside this here, and you can directly create, that means that is already ODP enabled. You can check in this table. Otherwise, it will not come. As you see here, they are talking about some GRC data only, right? You said GRC, right?
No, I said GTS, global, yeah, trade and yeah, global trade system.
Okay. So this is all pretty much from my side, but
Okay, that's fine. I mean, we will see in system. I mean, it will be fine.
just go through system. Otherwise, hard to explain.
Yeah, yeah.
So check that and do let me know.
And
Right
even
email
if
or
you guys, if even if you guys wanted to do any kind of additional thing, okay, where it's not clear or whether you need a additional input, so just give me a feedback. Okay, if
Yeah.
any of the topic where you wanted a more detailed information with respect to the training program, so that we can take it up. Okay.
Sure, sure.
Priti, so we practice means the predefined ODPs will be there to create the BW objects in BW4. No?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can just check out if any issues comes up. Get in touch with me.
So,
Hmm.
Preeti, so these are all I can cover in this
Yeah,
session.
thank you so much, Soumya, for the detailed information and giving. I think people, I mean, since last three session was is quite a theoretical. I hope
Hmm.
from today onwards you will be starting your looking into the system, checking out what have been already available. Try doing your hands-on with the exercises so that you will get to know more feel about like when you are creating any kind of objects, right? So what are the different tables are getting created or what we have covered it. Just try to go into the system, explore more, do the hands-on, then only you will then only you will understand. Moreover, when you are doing it with the hands-on, right? This is basically when we are reading and writing anything, so it's not come to our mind if at all we are not doing the hands-on. Okay, so try to explore more from the system perspective and check out from what are the objects are available, what you can create, what are the different probably you can also look into the with respect to what version if you are using in the earlier version with this in your client. So what are the different options are getting changed. So this is all covered in the today's topic with the theoretical as well as with the system. So now you can start or there were also we have used the transitive attributes, so try creating your own and see that how it is getting reflecting, how it is going to work out. Okay, as long as you guys are doing more hands-on, so you will come across more understanding of that theoretical topic. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Preeti.
Yeah.
And maybe I haven't gone through some scenario which you might will get a chance to create or work on, or will getting some error. So that will, and you just contact PT or somehow someone will be able to solve it. Then we'll also get that knowledge from you. That different kind of scenario that which you have worked on and you faced an issue and you solved it. So that will also, I mean, give us some benefit, right? That also you can try and provide to give your input, and you can
Yes,
always
yes.
let us know that if you face any issue or anything on this session today or
Correct.
any other sessions.
Soumya, can you upload this particular document which having these exercises, hands-on exercises in our box folder, so we can follow and
Okay,
do that?
I'll upload. So I so
May I
Preeti, I
you
think
so may you share with me. I
okay.
will take care of it. Okay, just share with me the document which you are sharing.
And one more thing, Preeti, this 462 BW462. So I have some older version, so 18 or something, which is having some hands-on, I mean, task here after
Mhm.
completion of every lesson. So, but the newer version doesn't have that. So they want this version also. So we can
Okay.
also maybe upload this.
So this there should be separate file for DB with all the units. But if you have covered this thing, so this can be uploaded where we have this box link, right? Where we have the system access and all. In that folder, you can upload this file. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay. So I'll be uploading this PPT and this one, and also the
PPT, yeah, PPT you can share with me. So that has to be
okay.
uploaded with this the folder which where we are uploading uh, recording, so that people can refer it that PPT as well as they can refer that recording as well.
Also,
So
yes. And also, I have a document where I have explained few things, and also some of the links are mentioned, which are very good and came after a lot of research. So it will be helpful. So I'll upload this one as well.
definitely. So whatever is relevant for participant, do
Hmm.
share with me. I will upload in the. I will request LNK to upload in the same, so that will
Okay.
help
So
you.
I'll send you to you then. Yeah.
Okay, sure, sure.
Okay. Thanks, Preeti, and thanks everybody for joining this session.
Thank you
Thank you.
for a detailed explanation as well as giving a scenario and giving the examples. So that's a really very good session. And
Thank you.
any open questions which people you I think we have already
So
already
I think
discussing.
mostly question is coming on this OpenOD's view and ODP.
Mhm.
So I don't know. Maybe we can do some session or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so you guys can go through that, and if you are thinking there should be any additional information you are looking for it, do let me know. So not with this session probably, because this is already planned and probably we won't be able to add in this session, but if something is coming separately, you guys can connect with us. But if you are thinking with this plan you wanted to modify or wanted to add it, any of the new topics, that we can definitely take it up, but not with this, maybe in this next upcoming trainings. So that is ongoing activity and that has to be enhanced. So I will really appreciate the people if you are coming back with the feedback so that we can enhance our training program as well.
Yeah, Priti, ODP part and DCC part, if you include it, will be good actually. I think that is not part
What,
of this.
sorry, can come again? ODP and what is the other topic?
And ECC, any activities, anything to be activated, kind of the setup or data source related.
I think that data sources in SAP
Correct.
BW.
Okay,
Yes.
so you
Yes,
you
only.
need to understand, basically mainly you want to understand when we are using a typical ECC flow, and if you are moving into S4 or you are going to use, so what are the different activities you need to carry it out, right? With respect to the rate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
Okay,
because that is missing.
okay, okay, fine. So I mean, I will try to enhance the plan and we'll see where exactly we can add this topic as well, so that at least for the next batch we can add that topic. But for this, if you are having any additional question, not as a topic we can cover up, but if you are having any doubts or any additional question, so that we will definitely try to clarify your doubts and questions. Okay.
So,
Okay.
just a small request. So, how long will we be provided the system access?
System will be provided for this 2 weeks of let me just give you the exact date. I can check it out, but till mock-up, with the submission of the mock-up, you will be having this system. Okay, so minimum 2 weeks, 7, 6, today 6. So definitely till 20th you will be having system accesses.
Oh, up to 20th.
Okay.
So, if we need after that,
No, extension won't be, because there is already planned that is already planned, but exact date I will definitely verify and come back to you when till when. But
Preeti,
just
Preeti,
expectation.
we have assessments on June 6th.
You have the assessment, but during the assessment, I'll definitely tell you the exact date. Just give me some time. I'll verify when it is till when you will be having it, but just plan it accordingly, because definitely till 20th you will be having. Okay.
so there won't be any extension.
And I will see how long they can extend your access as well.
So these are not IBM systems, people?
These are the IBM system also. These are the IBM system only, but there is already planned sessions, right? I mean, parallel things are happening, so it's again other trainers or other things is also parallelly running, right? So we
So any other alternatives? If not these, maybe other
yes,
alternatives.
yes. So utilize this. Definitely, you need to utilize these period, but I would expect they might can extend till, but I cannot commit on it. But definitely till 20th you will be having system access. Okay.
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 So let us know the alternatives also, just in case we want some kind of reference at some point of time.
That
Maybe.
we will check it out. That's what I mentioned. That I will
Okay.
check out till when we can get an extension. But assuming that we have it to complete the mock-up by 20th. Okay, so till that you will definitely having the system access.
So,
Yes,
Preeti,
Satya.
mock-up is till 23rd.
23rd, right. 23rd, correct.
Yeah. So one more thing, Preeti. I just requested for, I think Sonali the other day on the first day did not understand my requirement. She was asking why I need DB access to its core system. So there are certain areas where we want to create.
See, having said that, this is again a IBM training systems, right? So there would be some of the functionality which is not available, and that needs to be taken here. So whatever as of now we have it, we can provide it. If you what exactly your requirement is, Prashant?
Not Prashant, this is Sanjeeva.
Sanjeeva, okay, sorry.
S4 system DB access, HANA access to the direct database, HANA database on it.
No, HANA, no, that access we don't have. No. So
Okay,
that is not a part of this training program.
Okay, so I was trying to launch the what we say the web tools from the Eclipse, but I think we need the what we say we need the address updated from there. So that has not been maintained.
Okay, okay. So can you, Sanjeeva, can you ping me separately and give me the detail what exactly you are facing the issue? Because if you are looking for this DB separate access, so that is not part of this plan.
No, that's a different thing. I'm requesting for the so we got to do some most of the parts are done in the web, right? So for example, monitoring the data loads, change, etc. So I'm asking for that part. That's launched on the web.
Monitoring what? I sorry, I couldn't get your question correctly.
The monitor of process change, data loads, or so if you have just a minute, I will open my system and let you know. If you have anything, I can share my system.
That's basic authorization is already in place. All the authorization is given up. If you are going through and missing authorization, just let me know.
No, not authorizations, Preeti. I'm sorry, Preeti. It's see what's it called? Right word over here. But then when we try to monitor load, right, it takes us on the web and it gives us.
Yes.
Yeah, that part I'm looking.
No, so Sanjeeva probably. So when you trigger the load, you are not able to monitor the loads, or what is
No,
the
it
issue?
takes us to the web version, not on the Eclipse, but it diverts to the web, right, where we.
Okay. So web browser, that link is not working. Okay.
Correct.
Let me check out. Let me check out if it is if there is some connection is missing, so that let me check that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, fine.
And Preeti, Chandrima is having issue with the access, so we have updated her how to reinstall. I think she's doing it now.
So still we have open issues where people are not able to access system.
Yes, he was getting some issues he reported today. So, like we updated everyone yesterday, so we asked her to follow the same steps.
Okay.
We'll be doing it.
Because yesterday I heard it two people who were having issues. I think you guys have already sorted out their issues.
Yes.
And there was one more. Sridevi, have you able to connect with this your B4D?
Yes, Preeti, I'm able to now.
Okay, fine. Okay, so Chandrima, please, I'm requesting again, everyone, please do access your system and try to understand. Like every day, we also need to. We cannot spend this much time for accessing and fixing out the issues, right? And if you guys are still facing issues, just please do check your everyone access and close it by today. Monday onwards, we will not entertain any kind of access issues. I hope this is clear for everyone. Okay. And do not change your password or just make it a sync. Otherwise, you will be again locking your password itself, and that will give us resetting that password and all. Okay. Okay, I hope it's clear for everyone. Or any other open questions? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine, Preeti. Right.
Okay, so Chandrima, just try following the same process which Deepak has explained. If it is not working out, okay, then we can separately connect.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I'll do the uninstallation and installation first. Okay. And
Okay, fine.
if I face any issue, someone face the same issue, I'll contact personally and I'll sort it out. Okay.
Yeah, sure. No, if you are still not so that's fine. You can try your own. If it is not working out, we are here to support. So do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you all.